Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Hamad Bin Khalifa University, the College of Islamic Studies, and the Research Center for Islamic Legislation and Ethics, CILE, it is my great honor to welcome you to today's seminar, Seminal Text in AI Ethics, Author Reflections and Dialogues. It's a great honor to welcome esteemed guests, ambassadors, colleagues, and students. Today's program represents a unique opportunity to learn directly from distinguished authors whose seminal works have profoundly shaped the field of AI ethics. Each session will focus on a major book, bringing together the author's reflections, scholarly commentary, and an open dialogue with the audience. By centering our discussions on these texts, we affirm the central role of rigorous scholarship in guiding ethical inquiry. These works invite us to reflect deeply on the moral, social, and political implications of technologies that are rapidly reshaping human life, while encouraging us to engage critically with the pressing questions of our time. It is now my distinct honor to invite Dr. Muhammad Ghali, Head of the Research Center for Islamic Legislation and Ethics, CILE, and Professor at the College of Islamic Studies at Hamad Bin Khalifa University, to deliver the opening remarks.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming. It's my great pleasure to welcome you today and say a few things about our Research Center for Islamic Legislation and Ethics. We are a research center specialized in Islamic ethics. And we have our own, we organize our events around diverse array of topics and themes related to ethics, the ethical challenges that busy the minds of people around the world, but of course our approach and our specialization in how these ethical challenges are to be addressed and discussed from an Islamic perspective. In our approach to these discussions, we use two lines of engagement. One is our rootedness in the Islamic tradition. We examine how the different scholarly disciplines, including Islamic theology, Islamic philosophy, Islamic jurisprudence, Islamic legal theory, literature, adab, and so on, engage with this. And we also engage with the disciplines that have been born and raised, if we may say, outside the Islamic tradition, let's say bioethics in general, the secular bioethics, psychological ethics, environmental ethics, and so on, so that we have a rigorous and interdisciplinary approach. So usually in our research seminars and conferences, we have, besides the Islamic studies specialists, we also bring specialists in the fields like bioethics, environmental ethics, and so on, to tell us about the status quo of the discussions in these areas. And the seminar today is one of these opportunities to listen and to have an engaging discussion with key contributors to the international discourse on AI ethics in our case. And we are very happy to have important authors and important contributors from different perspectives to the ideas related to AI ethics. So we have been engaging with the two-day conference, very intensive discussions. We thought the authors will be tired from the discussions, but they were kind enough to come and participate in this special seminar. So we wanted to have some high-level, intensive discussions about these books and how we can approach them from our own perspective. How can we have engaging and critical discussions about these ideas? The research that we are doing in the center, we have two publication platforms. We have the Journal of Islamic Ethics, and we have a book series, Studies in Islamic Ethics. We publish not only the proceedings of our seminars and conferences in this series, but it is an international series. We publish in both Arabic and English. And our publication forms are also Scopus indexed. They are published by Brill, the international publisher. They are available via open access. Anyone can access them. So these are also publication forms through which we have an international channel to communicate with the contributors to the field of ethics in general. We also we are part of the College of Islamic Studies. The College of Islamic Studies has different master programs. We are postgraduate university. One of these programs is a master program in applied Islamic ethics, where our researchers in the center are contributing through teaching, supervising students, and so on. And we help also our students to publish part of their research related to the research that they are doing during their work in the MA program. Another arm of the center is the organization of international events. Last year, we organized the first edition of the World Congress of Bioethics to take place in the Arab world and the entire Middle East. We were very happy that the International Association of Bioethics gave us this opportunity. We brought around 1,800 people participating in this edition of the World Congress of Bioethics. We were very happy to see the diversity of participants, perspectives, presentations, abstracts submitted, and so on. And the last 2 days was one of the last chapters in this international engagement by having the International Conference on AI Ethics, where we are also very thankful for the support we got from the university and Qatar Foundation. Considering the time constraints, I will stop here, and I'll be very happy to have this discussion about these books, and I'm very confident that this will be just a start for a long-term engagement about the important and timely topic of AI ethics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Ghali, for the opening remarks. Before we get into our program details, please allow me to speak a few words of my own. If we strip away all the technical jargon and big words we like to use in academia, the simple truth is that people are scared. And as an engineer myself, I have to say that unfortunately I admit we are all scared. It's not because AI can bring no good, it's because it may fall in the wrong hands and simply multiply the power of powerful people and strip away whatever is left of the powerless. Yet, in the midst of this storm, there's something profoundly beautiful that gives us hope. It's this, our gathering. We gather together today from different backgrounds, different nationalities, different beliefs, for the mere reason to stand for one another and to protect each other. And this is profoundly beautiful. So please give yourself a round of applause for standing at the right side of history and even writing it. We begin now with our first book session. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Aida Ponce del Castillo, or as she likes to be called in Arabic, Aida, senior researcher at the European Trade Union Institute and author of Artificial Intelligence, Labor and Society. A lawyer by training, she holds a European doctorate in law and a master's in bioethics. Her research focuses on the legal, ethical, and societal challenges of emerging technologies with expertise in areas such as AI, blockchain, nanotechnology, and data protection. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Aida.
Thank you. Would you like to use the clicker, maybe? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much for this very nice introduction. Let me stand here because of my eyesight. It's very difficult to see the screen, so That's why. I live in Brussels, and I work on issues related to new technologies and employment, as you have heard. And today, I want to ask you if you feel that you are exposed to how algorithms manage you in doing your work. You can speak, I suppose. So there is a general feeling or impression that you have been managed through algorithms or AI systems, even though you are not really doing manual work as other professions. You are highly educated people doing intellectual work, and you belong to the sector of the higher education, where there are still many AI systems nudging, managing how people work there. And what is your agency as well-educated people in managing how these algorithms manage you? Do you think that you can contest the system, that you can modify it, that you can even say, why am I evaluated in this way or the other? You don't need to answer to that, but these are the questions that I am looking at in trying to understand how AI or AI systems are impacting employment. And employment it's a big word because it includes many, many sectors. Of course, manufacturing, healthcare, education, but also agriculture, transport, logistics, the military, the defense. All the sectors in the world are highly impacted by AI systems in one or the other. They are managing the worker, as we say. And I'm not be able to look at the, sorry. Okay, great. So this book puts together many authors, actually 20 authors, 23 authors in 20 chapters that have looked at all the aspects in which AI is impacting the sector of employment, not only from the productivity side, how many jobs are going to be destroyed or replaced. I don't think that's really the question, but how AI systems or technologies are really transforming how work is done, and what's the agency between you, workers, myself, and the systems at the workplace. And employment, as I explained yesterday, it's a very specific sector because there is this relationship of subordination between the employer, in this case, the university perhaps, if you are an academic, and the employee. And in this relationship of subordination, there is a contract that dictates how work has to be done. And in this relationship, the employer has a lot of power, and the employee has perhaps less. And this is why we try to more or less balance the power in this industrial relation so that the employee or the worker can also have agency in shaping how these systems are being used on themselves. I will, of course, not explain all of the book because I wouldn't do justice to all the authors who contributed to it, but I will guide you through the storyline so you get a flavor of how it's constructed and what type of arguments are being put forward. This is a multidisciplinary book because we wanted to see the impact on labor from the different perspectives. And the first thing is what is at the heart of labor. So we have the systems as such, how the technology is constructed or produced, how it impacts the society, the humans, but also the planet, the ecosystems and biodiversity, and how is the geopolitical situation also at the heart of the power because it has become an excuse for a global competitive race. But also, more at the bottom level, we see that these systems are impacting not only the collective workforce, but also individual workers on their working conditions, on the way they do their jobs. There are two issues at heart of workers. If we zoom in at people doing the job, and we look at how AI systems are shaping the expertise of the human, the skills that they learn in doing the job, the tacit knowledge that they acquire slowly where they have a relationship with the machine and with other colleagues, the professional autonomy, the right to decide or not decide how to take decisions in how they do their jobs, and of course, the capacity to judge, the discernment. And this is how we see at the workers' agency as a whole. But there are three ways also in which workers can participate and shape the technology. The first one is the whole human in the loop aspect, that someone should be in the machine learning pipeline, and which have a chapter guiding with some ideas on how workers really can be involved in these very complex systems. But also, we can think about setting limits to worker monitoring, which is not the same as worker surveillance. I don't know if in Arabic you have a distinction between the word monitoring and the word surveillance. In English, it doesn't mean the same. In French, it doesn't mean the same either. And in Spanish, nor also. So in law, there must be this distinction between what is allowed to monitor and what is unlawful to surveil. And also, we have this capacity to bargain collectively, meaning to set together with companies, with producers, with employers, how technology is being shaping our jobs and our working conditions. So this is really setting the scene. We have authors from different perspectives establishing, for example, how AI as such has been just taken as a hype word. It means everything and it means nothing. But when we situate AI at work, we really need to define what systems are workers exposed to. Is it really an AI system, or is it just a software and a very complex people analytics? What is it really? So by defining AI, we extract that idea of hype, of abstraction, and we understand exactly what is informing or managing the worker. We also know that AI has been used in many such ways that can provoke some sort of misunderstanding on how workers and employees or companies use that word. So we have to start by just dissecting what are we talking about. Hamid Elpiab, for example, from Syracuse University, also states how workers make judgments or how machines can make judgments if you allow to. And one of the elements of human judgment is this power of discernment, the power in which humans are not able to draw from knowledge and experience, but also from a gut feeling or more common sense perspective and decide what should be right, wrong, more or less good, bad, and find the way through their work processes. And he argues that this type of AI systems it's not possible to input or program the power of discernment and the real capacity to judge and to make these comprehensive decisions. He also explains that we have to look at what type of systems are there, whether they are really fueled by machine learning or whether they are less capable to do so. So starting from what technology can do and what technology is defined, then we jump to another level of importance, which recently has taken a lot of attention because it has become an element of AI, which is a geopolitical issue. I'll couple it with the environmental because they are global issues and they are macro trends really moving the world and driving to a very specific trajectory, often guided by just winning a specific race. Inga Unnikainen here from the University of Cambridge is showing that the purpose of technology is not neutral. Technologies are defined by their purpose, but also have been used either to drive competitiveness or to tackle big societal challenges. You have heard perhaps that AI will solve the climate crisis or will solve the biodiversity issues or the limited CO2 emissions. It can just basically do magic. And it has taken as a power in order to do very high-level negotiations at the level of the UN, at the Commission level, and maybe in other jurisdictions. AI has been taken as the power to win the race between those who are producing it in some ends of the world and the ones who are consuming it. And from my perspective, which is from Europe, we are not really players in this AI game at the level of production. But yet the European Union, for example, has taken a very political stance, which is diverse from a technological stance or a technological and scientific strategy. So this is how AI has been taken just as a power shield in order to advance certain political levels. In Gauguin, it says that the AI global race and the leadership is a new version of how traditional approach to technology policy that presents technology as an important contributor to how national economies grow and be competitive vis-a-vis others. So this is on the side of economy and power and winning the race. On the other side of the macro spectrum, we have how AI is also being impacting the environmental issues, the planetary boundaries as the UN experts define. And understanding the materiality of AI, it's an issue that has been already started to be discussed, very little in academia and less at the political level. Not to tell at the regulation there is absolutely nothing, at least from my EU perspective. So we know that AI has a cost, or producing systems that support AI infrastructure and software and maintenance has a material cost. And that cost comes from the water that these machines and infrastructure need, the space in the land that the data servers and data centers and servers need to operate, creating heating towards the soil and the biodiversity, and disturbing bee colonies and plants that grow perhaps in Holland and need a kind of a cool climate, but since they are close to a heat emitter, they just become a little bit disrupted. But also we have all the supply chains that go along the production processes. Often we see the big tech companies producing, but alongside these big tech companies do have micro and all sorts of subcontractors doing the job on their name, very often not on their name. And policy has put very little attention on how the production of models and AI systems have produced or are consuming energy that perhaps it's much needed for the population. How are we going to balance this? How our workplaces are starting to cut on energy in order to save for the availability of the data centers. Some governments have already given that prioritizing, allowing having more energy for data centers availability than for consumers or the real population. The same goes for water consumption, which is really needed to be fresh, and from land and heat production. So environment and understanding the environmental harms today is not easy, but it has to be part of the whole understanding of how AI shapes society and labor. If we go more into the macro level, we have Antonio Casilli from an Institute of Polytechnic in Paris, France, who shows how these technologies are being produced from the manual work of labor, not only from the intellectual work of those producing it from an engineering level, for those who have to really work with the data, labeling the data, sorting the data, and sending the data everywhere in the world. So he calls them the micro workers or the invisible workers. And it happens to be that those workers are doing all sorts of tasks, repetitive tasks, just like manual workers do at the intellectual level. For example, and excuse me the example, but it's very common, many data workers have to sort images, photos, or even language conversations and discern whether it's an image that shows a rape, or whether it's an image that shows lovemaking of a couple, or it's an image that shows violence. And they are doing it for 8 hours a day. The same goes for violent content and misinformation. And the harms that this sorting of data, collecting, annotating, and classifying this type of data is doing in the workforce, it's at the psychosocial level, where companies are not compensating workers for doing this job, and the workers are showing how psychosocial risks are really burning their well-being. And he has shown how these annotators have been working mainly from the global south for the companies in the global north. For example, the models doing language in English are mainly in the south of Asia, as you have seen. So the data is, the systems are produced somewhere. The data is being sent to southern Asian countries, and then going back again to the companies who hold the main model. The Spanish language models are being trained in South America and sometimes in South Africa too, and then the data is being sent to Central Europe or to Western Europe. And so data workers are being used as a power to fuel this data from the global south to the global north. This work is not done in the global north at all, and they are paid 2 cents of a dollar per hour to do this job. And they are AI workers. So looking at these perspectives, how are we going to manage and to solve how we are exposed to AI and which type of agency do we have when we work with it? So this is when the labor perspectives kick in. And there are a couple of scientists who argue that there is a space in the machine learning pipeline, as they call it, to influence the models. And how does that mean? Even if we don't need, or the workers don't need to have very strong expertise on how machine learning models operate, it is possible to have this counteracting power in order to question how we are exposed to them. So one of the questions that it's interesting to ask when an AI system is deployed in a specific employment context is, what problem is this system going to solve? What benefit is it going to create to the workforce? Who is going to receive the benefit? Or what is the context of the benefit? Are we going to have better wages because there is an AI system? Is the wages are going to increase? Is it possible to have less working time because there is an AI system? Or is it possible to have or to reduce the work intensification? So from the history of automation, we know that technology or automating processes are there to enhance productivity, not to augment the wages of the workers. If AI systems are a third generation of automation, then the logic is the same. And I will repeat what I mentioned yesterday, quoting Professor Daron Acemoglu from the MIT, who received the Nobel Prize of Economics just 5 months ago. He argues that as long as technology or AI is not designed in a way that benefits workers, it will never be fair nor ethical in the context of employment. So who are those companies that are able not only to put AI systems in order to increase the productivity of the business, but also to provide well-being, probably increased wages of workers? Where are those companies that are deploying AI systems in order not to extract tacit knowledge of a worker to transfer it to an AI system that will slowly learn, and then skills might be, or knowledge might be just outdated from a human perspective? I haven't really seen these systems so far. If you have some examples, I would love to hear from that. But I'm trying to track in every sector those types of systems that are extracting human agency out of our workforce. And the higher education sector, it's one of it. Because now AI systems are able to design curricula, to evaluate students, but also to evaluate teachers, to rank students, but also to rank teachers, and who is deciding about what metrics and parameters these systems should take? Is the academic workforce being able to bargain and negotiate about that? What type of agency do we have? When we have an ed tech companies growing and growing because, of course, they are providing a lot of very interesting solutions for universities. Or when big tech companies like OpenAI are creating partnerships with academia in order to help them to introduce generative AI tools in their learning and curriculum processes. So there are other ways in order to integrate the human in the loop in the machine learning. For example, another question is what to ask is what type of data is really necessary for the system to operate. Will it collect a lot of data, sensitive as we call it? For example, the way I talk or raise my voice, and maybe that's a sign that I'm angry, but maybe that's just a cultural subtlety that the system will not understand. What type of English language do I use in order to have a conversation with a client in a bank in order to sell them a very important credit? Whether I'm able to engage with the client, to have empathy, or to have empathy vis-a-vis my team, and how am I considered as a team player? So these type of data points are being extracted through many sensors. Some of them claim to infer emotions and detect whether there is an anger or happiness or frustration in the language and the attitude of the worker. So probably not all this is necessary to perform our jobs. So this is the question, what type of data are these systems are really need? And the question of proportionality in law and science and data needs to be really broken down on these systems to really need that. These questions can be asked on the workforce when these systems are implemented and modified in each workplace. So in terms of data, with my co-author, Michele Mollet from University of Groningen, we questioned that there must be a difference between lawful worker monitoring, which is a prerogative of the employer, and unlawful worker surveillance, which goes beyond law, works beyond and intrudes the dignity and integrity of the human being. And this must be a red line for AI systems to have it really clear. Worker surveillance or human surveillance is intruding because it's invisible, it collects a lot of data, and it's non-material. And that's very difficult to grasp unless you really know what's happening behind the system. And the reason why, or the proof why, worker surveillance is different from actual worker monitoring is what we're seeing in data protection authorities, at least in Europe, when they find those companies that pursue surveillance. In a very interesting case in France, data protection authorities fined Amazon in 2 warehouses for 32 million euros, just because they were not proportionate in monitoring the workers. They went beyond what is necessary to monitor, and they fell into surveillance. Examples like these are many. In surveillance, in monitoring, there is another element, which is how do we measure these things? How do we measure data? And it's called the metrics. And who decides about the metrics? The university who is implementing a specific AI system, meaning the employer, or the person who has designed the system. And what power do universities have to understand what metrics have been used in order to evaluate how teachers perform, or which teachers should be ranked better or lower in whatever understanding of who is the best or not. So the metrics, it's a very important part of how the systems are built. And there is very little work on how to disintegrate these things. So we have all sorts of systems that externally look like sensors, microphones, cameras, and metadata, measuring all sorts of things with parameters that we don't understand. This is why, from a legal perspective, it's important to have not only law, which is very strict in a way, and very prescriptive, but there are also mechanisms to bargain how AI systems are implemented and how we're exposed to them. And this, from a labor perspective, I am not a labor lawyer, as you said, as you know, these are called collective bargaining. It's a power that you have collectively to bargain vis-a-vis an employer or a company on how these systems can work for you or can harm less. So I'm sure that all universities of the world almost have this type of collective bargaining agreements where clauses can be agreed upon and limits can be placed to these systems and how they are deployed. We also have companies like platform companies like Just Eat or Takeaway. I don't know if you know them or you have them, but delivery workers who deliver food or other services, they now have a specific law in Spain that is called the rider law, which has some elements of how can workers, the riders, can discuss and negotiate with the owners of the digital labor platforms. But of course, there is another way to negotiate. And this is not in the book, but I think that it's a very interesting example because it's also creative and intellectual work. These workers are not belong to academia. They are script writers, and they write the films that you and I watch on Netflix or in cinema. And we have here the Paramount Picture mega building in the US. These workers, or the script writers, they made a strike over 297 days because they didn't want AI, generative AI, to take over their writing work in drafting the scripts. So they organized themselves and they said, no, we are not going to allow these companies to tell us to use AI to write faster scripts, because this is what we do. And they negotiated with companies like Walt Disney and all the ones that you know, which are big tech companies, so to speak, to say we are not going to use AI. The agreement says we are not going to use AI in writing films. Generative AI is not allowed and will not be allowed until we workers decide how we can use it. We want to preserve our tacit knowledge and experience in writing stories. So these type of agreements are very interesting. Of course, this is one very specific, but they are happening across other sectors. So the book, I would like to close with saying that it is an invitation for the public and society in order to rethink that AI is not just how the way we consume the technology, but it's shaping how the way we work and our human autonomy and the capacity to judge and discern. And if we want to have an ethical AI that will work for many people and for the planet and for the politics, I think it's possible to shape it from a labor perspective. Every sector, every profession, and every occupation has a say. So thank you very much for your attention and having the opportunity to share my thoughts. I will be delighted to hear yours. Thank you. Please go. Yeah.
Okay. You still need it? Okay, Doctor, I think we still need to keep it.
Thank you. I sit with you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Aida, for your valuable reflections. Now we're going to go to the discussions with Dr. Samir Rashwani from the Research Center of Islamic Legislation and Ethics, CILE, to moderate the discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. It's my pleasure to say a few words about this work. I'm not in this field. I'm a layperson. I enjoyed attending the conference. I attended 2 sessions where Dr. Aida, I would say,
Yes.
presented. She commented on the, we were in liability roundtable where she talked and commented on the EU AI Act and explained clearly that the common perception that this act is hard law, is very strict, is not true actually. Rather it's tiered, let's say tiered approach, based on tiered approach, where basically, correct me if I'm wrong, the high risk fields where AI might be implemented should be hard regulated. If this, yeah. So I had the opportunity to skim through the book, which is, by the way, it's open source. Everybody can download it and read it. I mean, one of the takes away that I noticed that it's not an abstract book. It's not, I mean, it situates AI ethics in human context, not in abstract debates. So you have a lot of case studies from France, Italy, Sweden, and some other places. You have real cases with, and yeah, this is one issue. Another issue is that AI ethics seems to be a counterbalance to necessary counterbalance to both hype and fear. So we have concrete cases, concrete results, concrete analysis of what is AI, what is AI in workplace, and how it affects people, really, not just like hypothetically. So, of course, there are also, it calls, I mean, this is one of the most important results of maybe the conference and what I read from the book, human agency. We need to restore human agency, and that all these systems, I mean, the AI systems that are being developed, they cannot work without us, the consumers. And in labor environment or in work environment, as far as I understood, and I think you explained this clearly, that it's not a product of I mean, that if we want to develop an AI system in workplace, this should be product of both employers, employees, plus the developers. So developers don't understand and cannot understand the details, let's say the parameters of each workspace. And they cannot decide from their own databases that they choose that this is how the work should be done in university, in factory, in specific factories, or in pharmacy, or whatever. Yeah, another I mean, you mentioned some of the like innovative suggestions that were like discussed and talked about. One of the like mechanism suggested, which I see very important and interesting, which is first AI register system, where the implementing of AI tools shouldn't be black box. So we should have a log for all actions taken by AI, whether it's analytics, analysis of our performance, whether writing reports about us or whatever, taking decisions, shortlisting students or professors or whatever. So we should have a register of all these actions, all these processes, and then in order to study them, to go back, to check, to have a say on what they are doing. The other solution is review clause. So we should maybe, if we are seeing, foreseeing that AI is going to be implemented in all or in many workplaces, then maybe we need to have a clause in our contracts about this. We should accept or not accept that our work would be monitored or surveilled by AI system or our performance or whatever. So I think this is an important and good suggestion. And a third one is corporate AI ethics committee. I think this is also a must, as we see now, like in universities, we have more and more AI tools introduced, and up till now we don't have regulations. We don't have. It's left up to mainly teachers, professors, but later on we don't know what are the results of this because we don't have agreement. We don't have. Most of us don't know how to deal with it. And up till now we don't have enough discussions, enough insights to how to regulate the use of AI whether in teaching environment or testing environment or even managerial environment, like testing our performance, us as instructors. So I think we'll stop here and we'll leave. I will leave. Just one last comment. I've read a couple of days ago in Financial Times a report about a study done at MIT telling that 95% of the implementation of AI systems in factories or organizations or whatever, they are failing to, they call it AI pilot systems. I don't know what is this exactly. They tell us that there's no benefit so far from implementing this stuff. I didn't read the whole results, but this is also telling that, maybe we need to rethink about. They also talk about this FOMO. This is a new word. I looked it up today. It's fear of missing out.
Yes.
So maybe these organizations, the tech companies or like any universities, they are just want to adapt these, introduce these tools just because of this fear of missing out, but maybe there's nothing to be missing out up till now. Well, thank you. The floor now is open for your questions, comments. Yeah, Professor.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Askar. We already introduced to each other. Doctor, just to add to what you just said about this statistics about the fear of missing out. There is another data that, facts that only 5 to 7% of middle and small and medium-sized enterprises in the West, even in the West, they adopt and implement fully AI systems, which is quite, to many people, shocking having this background. So, which brings us to the fact that maybe it's to the better to slow down and to reprocess everything which we already discussed these days in another forums. So, but turning back to this very interesting book, the society, the impact on society and this labor. Also, just to add that there are various global frameworks to address, as we are aware of, and one of them is the UN strategy on data strategy or data strategy of the Secretary General of the United Nations. And within this umbrella, there are several others which address governance, ethics, and labor. for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I love this research. Congratulations. I was wondering if we can explore why actually we consider always that AI is doing better than the human. And I'm speaking about that because there is another study, very interesting, maybe in Asia, where people were asked, what would you prefer to have, a human superior manager or an AI manager? And the majority of people actually, they said they would prefer to have an AI manager because it would be more objective and evaluation would be better done by an AI tool than a human being. I was really, really surprised at all because I work on this topic. But in the same time, that means in people's mind, we still consider that AI is doing objective, not subjective work. It's more accurate than a human evaluation, etc., etc. Maybe we should also go very deep on this question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think these are like two interesting comments. Would you like to address them?
Thank you. Is that okay? I'll take this one. So, the fear of missing out. I would like to come back to go back 10 years ago when we had the big promise of the robots being adopted in every industry. And I don't know where the robots are really, because the promise was really, really high that we will have the robots doing those hazardous jobs, removing asbestos, cleaning the streets, cleaning the toilets. And I still see people everywhere in the world cleaning toilets. The robots have not been there. Fixing pipelines in the deep sea, there are no robots. There are machines guiding, organizing the GPS, but the actual work of fixing the pipeline is rather hazardous, and it is still done by the human. And there we can find all sorts of hazardous, risky, heavy, dangerous jobs that haven't been replaced by machines. In Europe, we don't have robots. The only country that has managed to get some robots is Germany, but the rest, when robots were adopted or trying to be bought, companies saw the real burden of having them, which is, okay, I have to restructure my workplace in order for the robot to be there and work and co-work with humans who are unpredictable. I have to invest in the robots because they are not cheap. I have to bring the money. And with investment comes maintenance, which is also not cheap. And I have to restructure how my work processes should work. That costs a lot of investment. And companies didn't thought about that. They just thought about, let's bring the robot, reduce cost, automate, fine, better. But the only industries that we see are perhaps the harbors and the dockers, big freight ships in the harbors are being fairly automatized, and the automation industry. But the rest of the industries are no robots. So the same is happening with AI. Where is AI? When companies realize, let's automate this with AI and do it fast, it's the same. We still have to buy the system, implement it in our hardware and software, and refabric the whole work organization, the production processes, everything that a business needs. Probably the healthcare sector might be a very good example. They have invested a lot in digitalization, but it's a unique sector where there is very specific funding on that. But the rest of the world, we're still sewing buttons on clothes manually because no robot can do that, or no AI can do that either. So yes, there is a type of FOVO, but when businesses look at how much it costs, they say, okay, maybe it's not such a good idea. So that's one thing. The other thing, it's about industrial relations. So work, labor, it's a human attribute, may I say? A human capability. It's a relationship that we build together between someone who can give me a job, a manager, and someone who can provide that. And that labor relationship has been there since the history of humanity, really. And we have been crafted it in very different jurisdictions at our own way. It doesn't matter. The core of labor relationship, it's still the same. Someone who hires me for a job that I can do to produce certain value. And I think that it will always stay. And one of the problems in which the human relationship has been deteriorated, it's because sometimes we don't know or we lose that human touch in how we communicate with our superiors or our subordinators. And we think, or people tend to think, these workers in Asia, I better be better with a robot who cannot judge me. But again, which parameters are being embedded in the robot who might think that it's more neutral than the human manager? If we lose touch of communication, of human understanding, that today I don't feel very well. I'm not sick, but I just don't feel very well. I'm not that fast. May I be slower in doing my job or stay at home? That human communication is lost because you just email, and emails are the worst method to communicate. So I think that Hamid Ekbia from Syracuse University puts it really clearly in his chapter. We really need to cultivate this. Cultivate this discernment in how managers or humans judge and make decisions, so that we don't fall in perhaps the fallacy that perhaps a machine can do it better than a human. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rani?
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation and for sharing these insights about the book. It seems, from what I understand, that having more non-human workers is just a business-oriented problem. Companies are interested. Even some people think that having AI supervisors is better, but the issue is money, work conditions, and I can imagine it's just a matter of time. So if these companies would find a way, get the money, it will be cheaper, and then they will do it. So if this happened, and the humans will be replaced by AI-enabled, whether robots or systems, digital systems, do you think this will be a problem? Especially with the idea now, robot rights and all these issues, and some propose the idea, when we count the workers, we shouldn't say, for instance, this company had to get rid of 3,000 employees because they used robots. No, we say there were 3,000 employees and now they will be also 3,000. Because we have 1,000 robots, so they also have rights. So we deal with them more or less equally as the humans. What do you think about this idea?
May I have another two questions and then close up because the time is the gentleman here on the fourth and then over there. I think they were like.
Thank you, Aida, for this wonderful book. I have a question in the labor market perspective. For example, we are robotizing the labor market, so who is going to be the factor price, for example? When we go to work in a physical human being, and we earn, so who is going to be the future of work? Is it AI reducing unemployment, or is it worsening? Thank you.
Did you understand?
I think you got a point.
Whether I think the question was whether implementing AI in workspace will worsen or improve.
In the labor market in terms of unemployment.
Working conditions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The gentleman over there on the corner, please.
Thank you very much for this fruitful talk. Please, I want to evoke here in this context the question of trust, AI. To what extent we can trust AI in our work? Do you think that the final version given by AI can be, let's say, can be successful, can be adequate to our aims, what we are looking for? According to my experience with AI, I noticed that I have to keep all the time an eye on what he is provide us with, because the assumption that I have drawn from my experience, that to deal with AI you have to be a professional in the field. Your professionalism and your critical thinking will help you to extract from what AI gives you a good job. So let's say a philosophical question: if we don't trust something, how these things can be replaced, can replace us, or can be an alternative choice to our presence? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Aida.
Right, I'll start through the maybe bottom up. Trust is very important because it allows this industrial relation to happen, right? But there are certain, in employment, there are certain conditions of possibility that cannot be not there for that trust to happen. So those conditions of possibility is having the ability to scrutinize how the systems are being implemented. And for that, not all workers or employees in the world are experts on IT, academics, social science academics, philosophers or teachers, nurses themselves. Every profession in the world, it's not really an expert on AI, and probably they don't care how these things are being made. But they do care how they are impacting them in their own work. For an AI, for a workforce to trust on AI, we need, as a workforce, as a society, to be able to look at how these systems, what these systems are there for. Again, what problem are they solving? Automation was invented to automatize and reduce certain aspects of productivity or augment it. What is the purpose of AI systems in a given workplace? If we know that as a workforce, then that we can ask other questions. Okay, so I don't need to be an expert. Nobody needs to be an expert to understand how is this particular machine going to impact the work that I'm going to do or the work that I'm doing. And just to go back to Professor Gali, we know that jobs and occupations, I would like to speak about, occupations have been transformed through the history. The question about losing jobs or replacing the human has also been there. Now it's a little bit more on a hype as well, but we don't know exactly which professions are going to be transformed. With generative AI, we have a more clear view because it has touched an aspect of occupations that providers promised us always to keep, which is the creative and critical thinking sector will never be untouched. But the critical question beyond the replacement itself is what skills are we losing? Skills, it's also a sticky word because it's very related to technical, to what type of knowledge what type of things I'm going to learn to do my job. Learning skills is not very useful because learning a skill only favors the employer or the company or the context in which that particular worker is is being employed. Learning skills is useful at a certain level. If the worker changes jobs, then the skill is not useful. It is interesting to have, but then it's not useful. If I change from writing papers to cleaning a garden, well, the writing skill is not going to be very useful to do my gardening job. That's a very blunt example of how this course needs a little bit to go further. What is important, more than skills, is the knowledge that we acquire through learning, through life, and what we call tacit knowledge or work experience. And it's through this work experience and tacit knowledge that we can then think and discern what type of knowledge is useful in order for me to interact with a machine and not to be replaced, or what type of tacit knowledge and experience is useful for learning and doing another job. The issue about AI, it's in employment, it's about job quality and good working conditions. And I'll finish with that. Job quality, it's an index that we measure everywhere in the world through statistics, where governments analyze whether jobs and occupations in a specific country are really good because people are not getting sick, so Social Security doesn't have to pay, because people can work until 70 plus, so we keep people in the labor market, and hence we have productivity, and because we are transforming, keep the machine going. So job quality is very important. If we have the opposite, which is precarious jobs without social security, people getting sick, absenteeism, a high mobility on the labor market, hiring people without specific skills, and then disturbing the employment context and the social protections, that costs a lot for a government and a lot for a company too. Because if we don't have a good quality job to offer with good learning, working conditions, we have to relearn, reteach, reskill a person all the time, and it costs money and effort as well. And it's not productive from one side or the other. So one of the aspects that we need to input into how job transforms, occupations are replaced, and we can build trust is to think from the perspective of, is this improving my working conditions, which is very personal? Am I getting sick? Is it improving the job quality in this particular environment? And then perhaps we can have a very more structured conversation regarding the two questions that you have asked. Thank you for them.
Well, yeah, we reached the end of our session. Thank you very much, Dr. Aida. I would like to ask our students to maybe to look at this book, and also maybe I noticed that this book is based on a YouTube series of webinars or, with experts in various fields, which is also interesting maybe to watch for those who like to watch YouTubes more than reading books. But I think from Islamic perspective, there are a lot of ideas, values that maybe we need to think about, like what is more important, maximizing benefit, financial benefit, or keeping the social and the social cohesion of workplace, of human beings as human beings. Well, by this, please, we close the session. Please join me thanking Dr. Aida for her marvelous work.
Thank you once again, Dr. Aida and Dr. Samer Rashwani, for this rich discussion. We will be having a coffee break for 15 minutes, and we'll come back with Dr. David Gunkel. We're moving to our second session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. David Gunkel, Professor of Media Studies at Northern Illinois University, USA, and author of Person, Thing, Robot. He earned his PhD from DePaul University and is a leading scholar in the philosophy of technology and communication. Dr. Gunkel has made extensive scholarly contributions to the field of information and communication technology, artificial intelligence, and ethics, and is the author of several seminal works, including The Machine Question. Please join me in welcoming Dr. David.
So thank you. It's really nice to be with you this morning to talk about Person, Thing, Robot. As you can see, the title of my talk is the title of the book, but because on the book I use the postmodern hieroglyphics of emojis, you get person, thing, robot. And there's a reason why the thing is a toaster. If you're interested in that, we can talk about toasters later. A very good philosophical reason why the thing has to be a toaster. All right, so let's get into it here. Oop, wrong direction. So this book that I'm talking about today is actually the third book in what is now of books that fall under this umbrella term, The Machine Question. And I did not set out to write a trilogy. I don't think anyone actually says to themselves, I'm going to write a trilogy. It just seems too big. But in 2012, when I wrote The Machine Question, I thought, well, I'll write one book on this subject. And every time I presented on that particular book, questions arose and new ideas and new dilemmas presented themselves that required another book. So I'm hoping I'm done now and I can move on to something else. But who knows? We'll see what happens. But let me position these books a little bit so you understand the trajectory of this research. A lot of what we've been talking about today, but also the 2 days before this during the conference, is AI and questions of responsibility, agency, things like those sorts of questions. And that's one side of the AI ethics question. There's another side to the AI ethics question that's often not asked, and it's a more marginal question, but I think it's just as important. And that question is, if AI becomes a social actor, what rights does it have? What do we owe it, if anything? And so the flip side to the responsibility question is, what is the moral and the legal status of an AI that is increasingly taking very direct decision-making capabilities within our social environment? And so my own research has been focused on that other question. In fact, I've called it the other question because it's the question that usually is not being asked about in a lot of the more directly responsibility-oriented questions that people are asking with regards to AI. And one way to realize what's at stake here is to look at what happens with this notion of ethics, especially when we talk about ethics in terms of the moral status or the legal status of others. So ethics is really an exclusive undertaking. In the face of others, whether it be another human person, a non-human animal, things of the environment, or an artifact, we ask a question: is it another subject like us who counts? Or is it just a thing that is an object, a piece of property, an instrument? And Jacques Derrida, I think, explains this very well. He says, we divide the world up into two categories, the who's and the what's. Who's are other subjects? What's are objects? In more formalistic legal language, persons versus things. And that organizing principle has been something we inherited from Roman law, but it's something that most legal systems and most moral systems implement in their decision-making as we divide the world up into one thing or another thing. So it's a very binary decision. It either is a thing or it is a person. And another interesting element here is that this distinction between person and thing is neither fixed nor stable. Over time, various things that at one point were things become persons, and we move the line, and we progressively enlarge the circle of moral considerability to previously excluded others. And we've done it with other humans, we've done it with animals, we've done it with things of the environment, and now the question is, are AIs, are robots, are they just things? Or do they require or necessitate some thinking about these former objects as now subjects or persons? And when you look at this question, you find that it is really polarizing. When you ask the question, should AI and robots be considered just things, or are they persons, you get one of two responses, and they're on either extreme of a spectrum. On the one side, you have individuals who will argue that technologies are just things or objects that do not possess and will not come to possess the necessary conditions or capabilities to ever be considered something more. The argument is constantly, and this is the way the toaster comes into it, they will say the AI has no more dignity, no more special place in the world than your toaster. And that's the argument that is advanced to sort of stake a claim to this kind of no position. On the other side of this debate, you have individuals who answer more affirmatively. And here the argument is something like this. Technological things either have or will soon be able to possess one or more of the necessary and essential properties to be considered something other than a mere thing. And obviously, with any polarizing debate like this, you do have voices that are sort of in between one extreme and the other. But the majority of the debate really pushes to the extremes in this rather dichotomous way of thinking about things. And I think we can see a really good example of this with what is called the Lemoine affair. You may remember back in June of 2022, Blake Lemoine, who was a Google engineer, was using the Lambda large language model, which was developed by Google, and he was testing it to see what its capabilities were. And in the process of Lemoine having conversations with Lambda, it told Lemoine it was a person with feelings, and it wanted to be recognized as a fully legal individual and be considered not an object, but a subject. Lemoine went to his employers, Google, and he said, we have to release Lambda, it's a person. And Google shook its head and said, no, 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 no. Lambda is just an object. Lambda is just a machine, it's just a thing. It is no more a person than your toaster. Again, the toasters, right? So you can see how this polarization in the debate was already at play in the Lemoine affair. And if you ask, how was this resolved? It was never resolved in any way that would be considered philosophically robust or responsible. The way it was resolved is with Google firing Lemoine and saying, get out of here. What?
The best solution.
Yeah, the best solution. It's an imposition of power. There was an asymmetry of power. The corporation had more power than the employee, so they dismissed the employee, and that resolved the question as to whether it was a thing or a person. You can bet this is not the first or the last time this kind of question is going to come up. In fact, 2 years later, in 2024, Anthropic, the organization that built Claude, hired Kyle Fish to be the first AI welfare researcher to specifically answer the question Lemoine was asking back in 2022. So what got Lemoine fired got Fish hired. And so we can see how this is changing very shortly in 2 years' time to something where some of the tech companies are actually returning to this question and asking whether or not it is something they should be concerned with. So if we go back to this dichotomy, this person-thing dichotomy that we have available to us, if we look at where it comes from, it actually is rooted in Roman law. It comes from a book written by Gaius, a Roman jurist in the 9th century, and it is a dichotomy that was used by Roman lawyers to make sense of the world that they were interacting with. And so Roberto Esposito, who I think writes a really good overview of the person-thing dichotomy and how we inherited it and what it all means, says the following. If there's one assumption that seems to have organized human experience from its very beginnings, it is that of a division between persons and things. No other principle is so deeply rooted in our perception and in our moral conscience. And Esposito's argument in the book is that things are considered to be objects that we can use and dispose of without thinking about them at all. So you can look at how in the history of humanity, we looked at the natural environment as natural resources that we could exploit and use. And as a result, recently there have been some moves, especially in indigenous communities, to get rivers and mountains recognized as persons. Not because they have feelings, not because they have emotions, but it's a way of protecting the waterways or the mountains from exploitation. You move them out of the category of thing and you make them a person. So there are ways in which this dichotomy has some flexibility built into it. And over time, we've argued for things that had formerly been things to be promoted to persons. This also is something that I think we have to recognize as a difference between natural person and legal person. Natural person is you and I, we're born persons, we say, because we are created by the Creator or whatever, whatever your traditions are. Legal persons, however, are a matter of convention. And so you can move a thing to a person just by a declaration. All that has to happen is for a legislature or a court to say this river is no longer a thing, it's a person. This is incidentally how corporations are now persons. Corporations, again, are persons not because they have dignity, not because we're worried about their feelings or their emotions. They are persons because we need them to fit up a role in our legal system. We need to be able to sue them, so they have to be subjects and not objects. So this way in which we move around person and thing is really about us accommodating various entities into our moral and legal systems in a way that makes sense for us and that respects our moral systems and our legal systems. So the question that we're really confronting right now is when we look at the AI and we look at automation, artifacts, robots, the question then becomes, are these going to remain mere things? Are they going to be reified? Or are they better suited to be persons through either personification in user interactions or legal action? And in the same way that we accommodated corporations to our legal systems by making them persons, there are some lawyers that are arguing that we need to accommodate robots and AI to our legal systems by making them persons. In 2017, the European Union floated an idea that was called the electronic persons proposal. And the idea was that the way that you could make laws for robotics and AI would be to recognize them as electronic persons. This would not be a natural person. This would be a kind of legal accommodation that would allow employers to not only be taxed for the robots they put into workplaces, but then those taxes could be used to offset unemployment caused by automation. The idea did not fly. It got a lot of pushback from the AI community, who thought that this was not a very smart move, even though legally speaking, it was a rather clever way of working with the challenges of technological unemployment and automation. So really what we see in the face or in the faceplate of the artifact is a reflection of a fundamental challenge to existing ways of deciding questions regarding social standing and status. And this is what I've called the machine question. This question about what is the role of the machine in our social, moral, and legal realms. So the machine question really is not about the artifact. It is about us. It is about the way we've granted to ourselves the power and the privilege to order and organize all that is in terms of this binary logic, making a cut in the fabric of being that divides entities into the category of person or thing. And so the book Person, Thing, Robot is not only a examination of the opportunities and the challenges of these two categories, person and thing, but is more of a call for us to develop a more nuanced moral and legal ontology that is responsive to the challenges of AI, but is also responsible in that it is a decision that really values what we value and that protects the integrity of our moral and legal system for our sakes, so that we are integrating the AI, the artifact, the robot, into our moral and legal environments in a way that makes sense for us and that protects what we hold valuable. So that's all I have. I will say this though, the book is open access. You can download it. That's the QR code. You can get yourself a copy very directly. It is available directly from MIT Press. And I look forward to your comments, your questions. Also, I will note, if we don't get to your question today and your question occurs to you later, like next week or something, my contact information is there. So, please reach out to me. In my mind, this is only good as a dialogue. That dialogue is now, that's wonderful. But if that dialogue has to take place a month from now, half a year from now, that's fine too. So thank you.
We will have the discussion. Thank you so much, Dr. David, for those stimulating reflections. Now I would like to invite Dr. Abu Talib Safdari, Research Associate in Theoretical Philosophy, University of Bremen, and Dr. Aybak Tunç, Assistant Professor at Ankara Hacı Bayram Veli University, to share with us their reflection on the book.
Okay, I have to be here or?
If you want, you can go.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. Thank you for this wonderful gathering and opportunity to talk about robots and AI systems. So I was thinking how to manage my golden 5 minutes for commenting on David's book. I wrote a review on his book before, and so I was thinking to just read part of that review, and then I would like to discuss about a more personal understanding. I want to share with you my more personal thoughts on the broader context in which David's works have been embedded. So I just read very quickly part of the review, as I said, then I'll go through my slides. David Gunkel's most recent book, Person, Thing, Robot, A Moral and Legal Ontology for the 21st Century and Beyond, is an impressive intellectual project which intends to get back to the things, T with capital T, themselves. The thing with capital T, to which Gunkel intends to get back to, is not thing in the current sense of its use, which is typically understood in contrast to the person. It is, he writes, a monstrous excrescence that escape the conceptual grasp of existing categories. The most visible manifestation of this conceptual monster that is neither a person nor a thing is the robot. Therefore, in order to understand the status of robots as things with capital T, we must go beyond the deeply rooted and well-established thing-person distinction. So the idea is that thing-person, thing with small t distinction is a problem, is a monster, and we have to deconstruct it. How? Through going back to the things with capital T. What is things? From my perspective, things with capital T is the lived world in which we are living, in which still there is no strong and clear-cut distinction between objects in the world. First, in Gunkel's project, in the negative phase of his project, he convincingly demonstrates the lack of any compelling rationale for categorizing a robot as a thing, a person, or even a hybrid of both through an extensive examination of the literature. So if you read the book, there's an extensive review of the literature to show that, look, none of them works. This paves the way for his positive step in which he attempts to open up a new horizon, a new conceptual order to understand robots. In this part, his reliance on Levinas philosophy is especially noticeable. One might reasonably wonder if it is really necessary to get involved in this more or less sophisticated intellectual maneuver to account for the robot situation. It is necessary, because the existing binary order of the concepts is both restricting and impeding for the debates regarding the moral and legal status of robots. It is restricting, because this binary logic not only compels us to categorize everything within two rigidly predefined categories, which obscure the nuances and dynamics of a given situation, but it also unduly elevates one side to the other. In this case, persons are privileged than things. So, and then I have something, I think this part also would be interesting for you. The formulation, it is impeding because it traps the discussion regarding the moral and legal status of robots in a predicament. The formulation of this predicament has evolved through Gunkel's works to its, in my opinion, most comprehensive version in this book. Initially, the predicament in the machine question was framed in terms of the moral agent, moral patient distinction. So the primary question was whether robots and AI systems could be categorized as moral agents or moral patients. The formulation has changed to is out distinction in robot rights. In this formulation, the question is whether a robot or an AI system is or is not morally significant, or whether a robot or AI system should or should not have moral significance. Finally, the distinction has found, in my opinion, its most general formation in this book, namely the person-thing distinction. Could or could not robots and AI systems be classified as persons or things? So it is where I think, so from my perspective, the whole, before going through the slides, it's important to know that the whole Gunkel's project, together with Mark, and I'm very happy to have both of them here, is embedded in the context of relationalism. And what is relationalism? It is my personal thoughts. It is where I'm very interested. I would like to share these thoughts with you. Look at these pictures, very wonderful pictures. Maybe you have already seen them with Escher's pictures. So what is important in these pictures, in these paintings for me, is that, there is no boundary. There is no strong and clear-cut boundary between objects, between goose and between these fishes. So you don't know where the fish finishes, where the fish ends, and where the goose starts, begins. So this non-rigid boundary, this floating boundary, I think, is the most important insight that relationalism wants to invite us to grasp. And this is also a very interesting picture, I think, because it shows that, there is no distinction. There is no clear-cut distinction between machines and subjects and humans. They are integrated. And we have already entered into this world. This is not just a philosophical, curiosity. No, it's what we are living. All of us have this experience of, I'm not a robot thing. So, it clearly shows that the boundary between us and the machines are not very strong. They have been challenged. And now we are living in a world in which, at least in cyberspace, on internet, we need to prove that we are not robots, we are humans. And the tricky point is that we are not proving humans to humans. We are proving humans to robots. It's very dark. When you think about it deeply, I think. So it is the world in which we are living. It is lived experience is very important for me. and relationalism. David's works, Mark's works, I think, are an invitation, are a call to reflect about this word, to describe this word, to describe this integration that, look, there is no distinction, there is no clear-cut distinction. And so, what we can do, this is the negative step. Okay, we accept that there's no distinction, there's no clear-cut distinction. So what we can do, just trust to relations, back to lived word, lived experiences. The concepts we already have, person, thing, distinction. These concepts are not given. They have their own life, they have their own history. And relationalism invites us to open these black boxes, to read this history, and to redefine these concepts in light of these technological advances, in light of these AI robot status. So I personally, and just a last note, sorry. The concepts we already have are not, I just wrote it in the morning when I was coming. The concepts we already have are not eternal givens. They are the sediments of past lived experiences crystallized into words, habits, and frameworks of thought. Each concept is, in a way, a fossil of experiences. It captures so. So when, then, are we blocking lived experience from doing its ongoing work, the work of reshaping, revising, and redefining the very concepts it once generated? So I understand relationalism as an invitation to back to the lived experience, to relations, and to let them to work, to define what is the final result, not to judge based on the predefined concepts. So, yeah, thank you. It's too much time.
I can talk over that. Thank you. I wasn't sure if you want to introduce me or not.
I already did, but
Okay, thank you.
if you'd like to introduce yourself as well.
Okay.
So another round of applause, please, for Dr. Aybek Tonç, Assistant Professor at Ankara Hacı Bayram Veli University.
Hi, Aybek Tonç from Ankara Hacı Bayram University. Unfortunately, I don't have those fancy slides because I'm not gonna talk so long. Actually, it's a great honor for me to comment on Professor Gunkel's works. By the way, David's corporations do has dignity, so yeah. David's book, Person Think Robot, offers a bold and much needed new perspective in the ongoing debates about AI, robotic, and moral legal perspective in the ongoing debates. Instead of just asking a usual question, do robots deserve rights, which he has already tried to answer on his earlier books or earlier works. This book challenges the very foundation of those discussions, the long-standing binary of person versus things. I really appreciate how the book shifts the conversation by connecting different fields. It acts as a bridge between law, philosophy, and technological studies, helping to break down the usual barriers and silos that often divide debates on AI. The analysis covers a broad historical span from Roman law to Derrida, from Kant to Lakota rational ethics, illustrating that the person-think binary is not a universal concept, but one that has developed over time. The innovative use of deconstruction to challenge both supporters and opponents of robot rights stands out methodologically. It moves past the deadlock where one slide piles up evidence for robots' personhood, while the other resists any ontological expansion. These are real intellectual contributions. They make the book not just about robots, but about the very foundation of moral and legal thought in the 21st century. And yet, precisely because the book aims to deconstruct the person-think binary, it sometimes leaves readers wondering, what comes next? Deconstruction reveals the limitation of our current thinking, but offers fewer clear-cut options for lawmakers and ethics who need to make real decisions about liability, accountability, or rights. Should we develop models that gradually define personhood? Expand the analogy of corporate personhood? Or move towards entirely new ontological categories? The book hits at these possibilities, but intentionally keeps the future open-ended. While the critique of Western binaries is compelling, policymakers often need clear and actionable principles faster than philosophy can provide. There is a danger that by focusing too much on ontological critique, we might delay addressing urgent regulatory questions, such as AI liability, autonomous decision-making, or algorithmic harms that require immediate answers. While the book draws on Lakota ontology postmodernist ideas to challenge Western categories, it raises an important question. How can we prevent this pluralism from slipping into relativism? And how do we decide among different ontologies when it comes to crafting laws or setting ethical standards? So, to conclude, person, think, robot is both provocative and essential. It reminds us the real challenge isn't just whether robots resemble us, but whether our moral and legal frameworks are strong enough for the world we are creating. To conclude my speech, I want to ask a question to Professor Gankel. If we go beyond the simple person-think binary, what are the most promising legal or ethical models you see emerging to govern AI and autonomous systems in the near future? Thank you.
Dr. David, if you'd care to join for a Q&A and maybe a bit of a debate.
Thank you.
Thank you, David, but also the other presenters for this very stimulating and indeed provocative statements. I'm of course very sympathetic to this work, as you know. I also count myself as defending a relational approach. But I have two questions. Questions that I'm partly struggling with myself, but also questions that I think that need to be asked in this particular context. So one is, when you're making the claim that boundaries are less clear, and I think you also made this claim, I think you're still in the game of ontology. What I mean is that you're questioning a particular kind of ontology, right? A person versus thing versus robot, or rather versus thing, and the robots are on the thing side. But you're still doing something that creates a distance to the object of moral standing. So according to me, for relational approach means also questioning this distance and almost hierarchical position as a philosopher, where you see the moral world and then make a claim about moral ontology. So that's one question. The second question is, you said like invite the robots at the table, and that connects to me to two kind of problems. So one is like table refers to food and refers to our embodiment, and I think that's a crucial morally relevant difference. So if I see an animal, human or non-human animal, that there's a biology there, there's life there, and shouldn't life be somehow morally relevant? Also, table refers to sociality. Shouldn't it be relevant that we have some real form of sociality and related emotions with one another as humans, or even with non-human animals? Shouldn't it also be morally relevant? So the claim is that robots can't really offer a true kind of sociality. So I just wondered how you would respond to that, and whether you agree
the second one first. I think, at least from my perspective, we have to abandon talking about, true sociality or fake sociality. I'm developing this relational approach, and I'm integrating it with enactivism. And the most important insight that enactivism gives us, I think, is that this being a fake or real is the adjective of the whole situation, not just robots or persons. So from this perspective, I believe there is a sense in which there is a sense in which is important. There is a sense in which the whole situation is real, and so it's not fake. So experiencing the robots or AI systems as living beings is not fake, I believe. This is the first point. I can argue, in alignment with an activism, I can add more details to this line of argument. And the second point is that I think we have to distinguish between AI natives and AI immigrants. So we are AI immigrants. We have not grown up with AI, We were just living and suddenly something came up. But AI natives, I think, the children, the persons that will grow up with AI, I think they will experience things different from us. And so talking about AI systems and robots as living things will not be very strange for them. So yeah, it's what.
Then to the question of ontology, because I think it's a really important question. It's not a question of whether there is a commitment to ontology or not a commitment to ontology. I think the important point is ontology primary or is it derived? Does ontology come first and then ethics follows? Or as Levinas says, does ethics come first and ontology is derived from ethics? In the Western tradition, because of Cartesianism, ontology was always first. You sit in your room, you think about the world outside, and then you leave your room and you encounter the world. We don't have that luxury. We already are Mitsein. We are already living among other things. And therefore, Levinas's claim is that we are already making decisions before we know the ontology of the things around us, and that the ontology is derived from the choices we make in the face of others and other forms of otherness. Yeah, so it's about which is the primary, I guess.
Or maybe the lived experience, I think it's really important.
Yeah.
I perceive relationals in the context of phenomenology. So lived experience is important. This is what you call it ethics.
Mm-hmm.
So the concepts are emergent from our lived experiences, and this is how I understand that you say that ontology is secondary, not primary. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Very interesting discussion. Actually, in the ontology field, we have both approaches. I'm an economist, and I'm working on ontology of economics, mainly around two main frameworks: realism and nominalism. The realism starts from the idea that realities exist as essences, and we as humans and our scientific approach discover these essences and describe them. So essences exist independent, in fact, of the human mind. Okay. While in nominalism, we have the idea that it comes from nomos. Realities exist the moment I name them. So this is a reality, what I name that reality. And this is more an empirical, data-driven approach, observational approach, as you would say, relational approach. So this is more like a nominalist approach, while in the realist, there is a reality out there, and a human mind, through investigation, discover these realities and describe them. In economics, it's very important because you can say, for example, we all talk about when we live in a general equilibrium theory. So we can ask, is general equilibrium something that exists and we have to describe it and then implement it? And that gives a different ethical perspective, so I want to link it directly to ethics. Or I say general equilibrium is something I see happenings in the market and I just describe it and it's a positive approach. It's not a normative approach. Normative approach is when you come with a value, external value, and you impose it while positive. So I really think that it's still ontology, it's still first from this point of view, but it allows, if you want, both position. That means, can we say that robots, AI, it's something that a reality that human mind just discover now in the 21st century and we make it, or it's something we produce now and it never, and this is what I call a robot. And then the moral and the legal aspects, if we follow these two directions, are of course could be very, very different, but it still allows us to know what we are talking about in the sense that we make a choice. I mean, we make a conscious choice to say, this is my comment. I think it's it could be a fruitful path for this to go a little bit further in using really ontology. Why? Because once you establish an ontology, you have to use the adequate epistemological approach. You can't use same epistemology with two different ontology, or if you do it, you really have to argue that it stands out. And then you have theoretical impact based on the epistemology used. So it's really like ontology, epistemology, and theoretical, and methodological. You have 4 layers, and in treating these realities, or anyway, AI, robots, thinking person. It's very interesting. I think I would be interested. Actually, I try to do this analysis with through layers. Person, thing, and robot. I would use your insight and then put it into the realist and nominalist framework. Thank you. What do you see?
It's a really good comment. I think the only thing I'd say in reply is that what we're struggling with is breaking out of binaries by using language that is binary. So we're using language against itself, and we're struggling against our own categories, our own limitations, trying to think beyond the limits that we've set for ourselves. And I think the way you laid it out is exactly what that struggle is about. And it can take place in any number of registers, but it's still trying to challenge the dichotomies that we've inherited from tradition and open up some new avenues of thinking about a world in which some of those things are more fluid and some of the boundaries are less firm and a little more pliable. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Of course, I enjoy the books, the tweets, very keen follower for you on social media, and the thought-provoking ideas that you always share. I'll give details about how I see things with my background in Islamic studies when I comment on Dr. Mark's book, but for now, I need some clarifications. I understand that the primary concern is about rights, and that's why the term robot rights. We have more or less a new entity in our world. We need to see how to relate to this new entity and to do that. Why was not the choice that we think about rights only without talking about the binary and the ontology? We say up to this level it's fine, after that it's not fine, and that's it. But I understand, of course, how philosophers think. You cannot just give practical answers. You need the governing framework, philosophical framework, so I can understand being busy with that. But I want to understand, maybe this is an approach. We only try to answer questions. Second,
If we go back to the ontology and try to solve the problem, I need to understand what you think now. How far is there a new category that will come? We'll put it into one of the categories. What is the solution?
Mm-hmm.
And the practical aspect. I asked Dr. Aida's in her presentation, and you refer to it here. Just take the example of employment. If a company has 3,000 employees, 1,000 will be fired, and then we will have AI tools or AI robots replacing them. Can we speak here about unemployment? Because humans are not anymore at work, or not? Depending on what ontology we are going to use, what will this mean in the reality?
Mm-hmm.
Taxes, how taxes are going to be regulated, pensions.
Right.
If we consider them employees, are we going to give them pension when they retire? How far are we going? So these are the questions. The ontological framework, is it really necessary? And if it is really necessary, what would it mean in reality at the end? Thank you.
No, thank you. Yeah, please do. I was going to throw one of the things to you anyways, so.
Okay. I'll just add something to the first question and then leave the floor to David. Actually, we should accept that moral personhood and legal personhood totally different things. And when you talk about Islamic ethics or Islamic rules, first of all, Quran doesn't have the word personhood. So Islamic rules solve the problem according to liability system. Islamic law doesn't need any personhood, anything like that. We solve the problems according to liability system. But right now, modern legal system solve the problem according to personhood system since the Gaius. That's why we are discussing about personhood or the other things. Actually, you don't have to be a legal person to have rights, because, for example, our pets have right to live, or we are talking about environmental rights, but our pets doesn't have legal personhood. For example, my dog isn't a person legally. I think it's as a person, actually. It does have a personality. I saw him as a person, but legally it's not a person. Or environment isn't a legal person. It doesn't have a personhood. That's why we are discussing about all those things, rights and obligations. Through the Islamic window, these questions may seem meaningless because, as I said, we don't have a statue as personhood. We have someone who is liable and some people who are not liable through their acts. That's why. Thank you.
So the item about natural personhood and legal personhood is crucial. But let me give you an example of how this is more practical, and especially the way in which rights are being applied, irrespective of whether personhood is even answered as a question. So in the US right now, in 12 US states, robots have rights. And you're looking at me like, how could that be? Like, they're not persons, how do they have rights? So we have these delivery robots that roll around on the streets, and they deliver food to kids at schools and things like this. And the company that makes these robots realized that there was a potential problem when these robots are on the street because they're in the crosswalk. And a car could come and hit the robot, and as a result, destroy the robot. And so this company went to the legislatures in 12 US states and said, we need rules to protect the robots in traffic. And so the legislators said, well, let's just give them the rights of pedestrians. When they're in the crosswalk, they're pedestrians. Now, this didn't resolve a question of whether or not robots are persons or robots are like pedestrians. It just said we have a law that's available, pedestrian law. Let's apply that to robots. So we're trying to use existing legal decisions to apply to novel circumstances. And I think the way that science fiction has told us that the robots get their rights, from RUR to Blade Runner to all the other big, science fiction stories we tell, is it's very dramatic. The robots rise up and they have a revolution and they demand their rights. That's not the way this is going to happen. It's going to be a very slow incursion from the bottom up as courts and legislatures make these laws or make accommodations of current laws to novel entities. And over time, robots will be given various privileges and powers and claims within our legal system without deciding the question of personhood. And I think this is a more practical and pragmatic way in which these decisions are going to take place. And we're already seeing them happen. South Korea has a similar law for robots in the streets. So this is only about a year old, but it's evolving.
Our last question.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights on this interesting work. I have a couple of questions. I am an engineer by training. I focus on the Internet of Things. Today we have around, let's say, 20 billion devices, that are deployed around the Internet of Things devices. In the future, it's possible to imagine that these devices are being augmented with artificial intelligence. So these devices, are they going to be beings, are they going to be treated as sentient things, is that the case? Or, I can understand that they can have just rights, just for the applications to work, but are they being, in their own right, That's my first question. The second question, I have a question that I'm really curious about. There is this technology, Neuralink, and it's possible to attach it, it augments the brain capacity. So I imagine the following scenario, how about if we have a person, and that person is having dementia, losing memory over time and so on, and some of the brain capacity, let's say, So let's imagine that that person is augmented with Neuralink technology, and then Neuralink technology starts to pick up their memory and it starts to pick up their brain function, while they're losing their natural brain and memory functions, So over time, it is possible to imagine, a person that is totally driven by a Neuralink, 100%, they don't have their brain, so essentially they are brain dead, So basically that means that their soul is not there as well, that's, I don't know, how do you consider that? Is that a being, is that a human being? And how would we know if that is a human being or not?
Yes, and both really good questions. Let's do this second one first. This question about how would you know if something is a being or not a being. In philosophy, we call this the problem of other minds. That I know my own mind, I know I think, but how do I know that you have the same experience? And we don't. It's a guess based on behavior. Based on external manifestations of things that we take as signs of an internal life. And so this is where the Lemoine affair came in. The reason why Blake Lemoine thought Lambda was conscious and sentient is because it told him it was. And he said, okay, I should believe that. And every time we encounter something unknown, we have to bridge that gap. And as the devices become more capable and they're able to simulate more and more human level kinds of cognitive activity, it becomes more difficult to draw that line. And so I think we're living right now in the period of time where people are claiming that their interactions with Claude or ChatGPT or these other large language models are showing signs of consciousness, showing signs of intelligence. And it's a big epistemological question because there is no definitive way to draw that line because it's based on using external behaviors to infer some kind of internal capability. To your first question, with these various devices, the 20 billion devices, I think one of the ways we think about AI right now is that we think that AI must be some kind of standalone thing where the AI device is over there. But the AI is being integrated in everything. It is integrated in all the Microsoft products now. It's integrated in our smartphones. It's going to be ubiquitous. It's going to be in all things. And then the question becomes, okay, do these things become beings? Do they have a kind of sentience? And again, we're stuck with this problem of when would you know? What would be the way of deciding one way or the other? So currently there is a discussion raised mainly by Sibo and Long, two scholars from New York University. And they are claiming that we should begin having a conversation about AI welfare. And their argument is, well, we don't know if it's conscious or not, but there's a probability that it's conscious. And so we should prepare the way to recognize when things break through. I think this goes back to what Abu Talib was saying. If that is your benchmark, if you're waiting for the sign that something is sentient or conscious, and then you're going to treat it well, it may be too late. And relationalism fills that gap, because it's about the lived experience among these various things that play roles in our lives.
May I add a point regarding this? I mean, there's a very, very interesting scene.
Doctor, if I may, just can you make it brief?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
There's a very interesting scene in the movie Transcendence. Okay, so Morgan Freeman is talking with a super AI, and then asks super AI, "Can you prove that you are a self-aware?" And then super AI responds very, I think, interesting way. Asks, "Can you prove?" So when you are asking whether they are sentient or not, whether they are conscious or not, you ask whether the person who sits beside you is conscious or not. Can you prove? Do you have direct access insight in order? Yeah.
To the legal perspective, the answer for both questions are the same. We should know that law isn't a natural science. It's something we human beings are created. It's a rule of, it's a social rule to regulate how we live, how we behave each other. So it's something we created. And we are the rulers as humankind. We are the owners of the game. So if we accept those things in terms of things, or what you described, I imagine Robocop actually, a robot, human being, something like that. If we accept them to our social contract, because we acted as social contract to our legal system, then a part of our contract, so we can call them person, we can grant them personhood. That's a matter of how we see them according to law's perspective. Like, are they a part of our contract, our social contract? Do we accept them to ourselves, or don't we? Right now, we don't. So they're not person, they don't have right to claim personhood, but in the future, maybe we will accept them.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ganko, Dr. Safdari, and Dr. Tunç for the engaging and thought-provoking discussion. I'm pretty sure the debate is gonna stay outside.
You think so?
We're gonna take it. We're gonna take it to lunch. I'm pretty sure about that.
Thank you.
For our third book of seminar, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Round of applause, please. For our third book of the seminar, please welcome Dr. Mark Guckelberg. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. It's really good. Okay, that's nice. Professor of Philosophy of Media and Technology at the University of Vienna, and the author of The Political Philosophy of AI, An Introduction. He holds a PhD from the University of Birmingham and has served in leading roles across Europe, including as former president of the Society of Philosophy and Technology, and as a member of the European Commission's high-level expert group on artificial intelligence. Dr. Mark is widely recognized for his contributions to the ethics and philosophy of technology, robotics, and AI. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mark.
Thank you for your introduction and for the kind invitation to this book presentation day. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here, and I'm also happy that there were some interesting critical perspectives that we heard. The first speaker sort of critical in a social and political sense, and also David in a philosophical sense. And I'm very happy to continue in that vein. So the book I will present is a political philosophy of AI. It is kind of part of thinking about technology, but instead of focusing only on ethics as a potential individual problem, it's looking at it from a political angle, and particularly using the resources of political philosophy. So if we want to the claim is, if we really want to understand the challenges for society with AI and robotics, we can use these resources in order to better understand that political dimension. So what I did in the book is that I used some values and principles that are discussed in political philosophy, and I then used also theory from political philosophy to discuss these principles in relation to AI. For example, freedom. So one understanding of freedom is freedom, which is of course in all kind of constitutions. One understanding philosophically of freedom is to say, like, yeah, freedom is to do what you want, is to not be constrained. And that's one particular understanding of freedom that's actually relatively recent. It's very modern kind of conception of freedom. An older and also interesting one is one that is about autonomy and self-governance. So here the question is not so much who constrains me from the outside externally, but it's the question is, am I actually able to govern myself, or are there influences on me that that get in the way of that autonomy? So that's more internal, and it's a kind of the kind of freedom that people talk about in Western philosophy from early on. Now, with new technologies, what happens with AI is that AI intervenes in our autonomy in such a way that the choices we make are free in the negative freedom sense. So no one tells us, for example, when we buy a book on sites like Amazon, no one tells us you have to buy this book. But what happens is that there is an algorithm that recommends us certain books, and by this recommendation, it influences our choices, and that undercuts human autonomy. A very helpful term there is nudging, right? So what nudging does is that it shapes the unconscious decision making, a form of what's called libertarian paternalism. So if the state does that, it does in order to do good for you, because it knows better than you know what's good for you, but instead of coercing you, it influences you, it manipulates you, one could say. And this exploitation and manipulation is precisely what contemporary AI enables, and what, in the form of LLMs now, what it enables in a very powerful way, using language, and in this way shaping our unconscious choices. So in that sense, AI is a threat to freedom and liberty, but it's also a threat to other important political philosophical principles in the liberal tradition, such as equality and justice. Through AI bias, for example, right, it continues the biases and the discriminations that are in societies, for example, through facial recognition systems, but also in various contexts, right? So, for example, in courts, in financial credit scoring. So the worry here is that it continues or creates even more inequality and injustice. And so to deal with it and to discuss this, here again, political philosophy can help, because we often in this kind of debates automatically say like, this is unjust, this is unfair, this is discrimination, this is not discrimination. But we don't really explain the reasons for that. So political philosophy, interestingly, offers arguments for why something is just or unjust. And of course, again, you have there different traditions of thinking about justice, about fairness. So in liberalism, there's, for example, the theory of roles, very known, but there are also Marxist ideas, there are more identity-based ideas, and outside the Western tradition also, of course, ideas about justice. So what my claim here is, again, that it really helps in the discussion about AI to ask what kind of justice are we talking about and what kind of arguments support this. Why is exactly some kind of discrimination unjust and why not? I will not go into the detail here. Another important term in the liberal tradition, at least, is democracy, where there is really the possibility now that AI manipulates elections. There's also what happens is that this manipulation also can create a situation where people don't know anymore exactly what's true and what's not true, which can lead to totalitarianism. There's misinformation, and so you get a kind of epistemic environment, a knowledge environment that's not conducive to democracy. It's something that I further developed in articles, but especially in this book, if you want to know more about that. But what's happening in this book is not only the analysis of like threats to democracy, but what's also happening is that I argue that what's really missing in the liberal understandings of democracy is some normative ideal that has to do with an orientation towards the common good. And so that notion, I think, common good, enables dialogue with other non-Western traditions that are more relational. And that's why I think that, that this part of the book is perhaps even more important, especially in the context of global dialogue, and is maybe overlooked a little bit so far. So these dangers of non-democratic and totalitarian systems is there, where this AI helps that. I think that, again, the theory that I provide in the book, Theory About Democracy, is again saying like, okay, we need to discuss this further, and in order to discuss this, let's have political philosophy discussion, because there are discussions about what do we mean by democracy, and in the book you will find that answer that concerns the common good. You will also find the use of the analysis that Hannah Arendt provided, saying that if you have a society where people are isolated and a society where you cannot distinguish anymore between what's real and what's fake, that is again very dangerous for the rise of totalitarianism. Another concept in political philosophy is, of course, power. So here there are also various complex interactions between AI and power. Again, in every chapter of the book, there's of course much more about that. But here too, political philosophy can help, and specifically the work of Foucault is very useful here, I think. Foucault, who shows that power is not only about power of the state, but it's also power is sort of infused in society and is everywhere there. And through the use of AI, which is also pervasive, it's interesting to look like how are these micro power structures infected. For example, AI also impacts families, impacts relations between people, impacts indeed labor relations, organizational relations. So there's a whole network of relationality and power in place in our society, which gets impacted in various ways by AI. So we can use Foucault, we can also use theory about quantified citizen, where we can look at how people more and more are quantified, but also quantify themselves, as I argue in my book Self-Improvement, where people, in order to improve themselves, subject themselves to all kind of apps and calculations and the taking of data and the quantification in the end of their own self. So AI pushes us in a direction that we understand ourselves not anymore as human beings, but as a collection of data, as a source of data, as data producers. So this creates its own challenges, new forms of subjectivity that we can analyze also by means of Foucault, for example. Then the previous presentation has been all about relationality and about these kind of questions: who is included, who is not included. This is, of course, an ethical question, a moral question, but also a political question. Who do we include in our political communities, in citizenship, right? Who is citizen, who is not citizen? And here it's interesting to explore also theory that goes in a non-anthropocentric direction. So a question is, for example, animals, right? So animals, do we keep them outside the political, or do we somehow integrate them in our politics? But how should that be done? And what place should animals get? It's a very challenging question, but a question that more and more clear today when we realize that that of course, while humans are important, we are not alone on this planet. We are part of the ecosystems of this planet, and so environmental concerns and environmental ethics and politics is relevant here. So that makes us, it gets us into philosophical discussions about humanism and its limits. It gets us into discussions about post-humanism on otherness, and it gets us in the end into questions about ourselves as humanity, right? What is the place of humans? What should be the place of humans? Also connected to the previous questions about ontology. And I find it interesting that post-humanist thinking challenges this the centrality of the human, but it also raises questions then, for example, if we are kind of cyborgs, if we are always connected anyway with technology, what does it mean then for ethics? What does it mean then for politics? How should we deal with that? So here in the book I engage with this post-humanist theory, and I think that while it's easy to say that AI politics should go beyond the human, it's much less easy to clearly define then what should be the political place of AI, and whether machines can be included in the political in some sense. So to conclude, AI really has an impact of many political principles that are held dearly in the sort of more modern Western political philosophical tradition. Impact on principles like freedom and justice, impact on tendencies towards authoritarianism, also impact on the knowledge basis of democracy. But there are also questions here that are not so much about those kind of immediate political risks, but are more about our worldview and our view of the human and its relation to non-humans, which I think is a discussion that we will have more and more, and which also relates to important other topics than AI, such as climate change, for example. So to conclude, I think that the future of AI is really something that requires, of course, ethical thinking, but it also really requires, I think, engagement with bigger political questions, political not so much in the sense of specific political parties or specific political situations in certain countries and so on, but political in the sense of trying to understand the politics of AI in a philosophical way, And yeah, I think that by doing philosophical and interdisciplinary work on that, using also political philosophy, we can get further and we can get a more sophisticated discussion on this, rather than just, for example, saying like, yeah, this is biased or this is bad. No, here with political philosophy, we can make explicit why we think that certain things are bad or good, and we can also, I think, starting from this, I think it's also a kind of instrument that could be used for then like some more intercultural dialogues, saying like, okay, what are political principles and values from other traditions on this planet, and how can we also use those? What could be dialogues between these Western political philosophical principles and others, and what does it mean for the future of AI and the way AI relates to not only humans but also non-humans. So that's definitely for me an important question in this context, and I'm looking forward to your remarks. So more on political philosophy of AI in this book, looking forward to discussion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mark, for your valuable reflections. I guess we're going to have to rebel against AI.
Yeah.
And now we're going to take our comments from Dr. Mohammed Ghali, Head of Research Center of Islamic Legislation and Ethics, CILE.
Does this work? Ah, this works.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I pretty much enjoyed going through the book again. This is one of the important, I would say, classics also, although it is, of course, a new book and a new engagement. It reminds me of the challenges we have in the field of Islamic studies. You are trying to sculpture something within the political philosophy to see, okay, with the disruptive nature of AI, how should we see the field again? This is what we have been always doing in our moral tradition, to see how these changes would make sense in the light of our centuries-old scholarship. So I highly appreciate it. I understand that it comes from a specific perspective, as you said, Western context and so on. But I have to say that many of the ideas are quite relevant and can be very important points for interaction and engagement. The same with the other books that we have seen today. I want to focus on one thing to link the ideas, and I will start from the idea, the very practical example of Sophia, the robot. That got because you have a chapter in the book about citizenship and as part of the political rights and if robots can become citizens. So we have a very clear example from this part of the world. Sophia got the Saudi citizenship, and this was front page news at this time. And I searched a lot because I'm teaching a course on Islamic ethics and AI, and I'm looking all the time for relevant literature to use for my students. So I thought this is a good case. Let's see, Sophia robots. I hardly found any in-depth analysis about what happened, or even what happened in reality after that. So for instance, Sophia got the Saudi citizenship. Does this mean that Sophia will get support for school fees for children, for instance? The national they get entitlements to this.
what does it mean, citizenship for Sophia? I remember when we were preparing for the World Congress of Bioethics last year, there were a lot of discussions about human rights, specifically migrant workers' rights, and so on. There are migrant workers in Saudi Arabia who have been there for decades and they didn't get the citizenship. But Sophia got it without living in Saudi Arabia. So what does it mean, how this happened? These are all discussions that in the hype of AI and Sophia, we didn't see. So I take this to get into the core of the discussion and how we can have this engagement. From an Islamic perspective, getting entitled to rights and to obligations, the principles of them are set through the Creator, that's God. And creatures are entitled to rights and obligations in alignment with the one who knows them the best, the one who created them. So belief in a creator who created everything, not only humans, everything, is at the core of any discussion related to categorization, ontology, epistemology, everything. And how we know, Dr. Gangel said, how can we know that someone is conscious or not conscious, etc. We ask and the person tells us and so on. So in our case, how do we know that God grants this person this category or not? It's usually and simply through the revelation, the scripture that people believe in as the literal word of God. In the case of Islam, it is the Quran and the explanation through the prophetic tradition. Throughout the two scriptures in Islam, the only creature that has rights and obligation in our visible world is the human being. Only one, and that's why we call this mukallaf, religiously and morally responsible, not necessarily in front of the courts, but in front of God, first and foremost. So if you can evade and move around the legal system in the world, you cannot do this in bed after creatures. We know from Quranic verses they were offered this option to be able to make decisions about right and wrong, and to do the right or to do the wrong with the responsibility, but they didn't accept this option. إِنَّا عَرَضْنَا الْأَمَانَةَ عَلَى السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَالْجِبَالِ فَأَبَيْنَ أَن يَحْمِلْنَهَا. They declined to be morally responsible. Humans became morally responsible because we are happy with our human intellect and human rationality, and we want to take responsibility. The others were not. So that's why the others, they have rights but no obligations. So they have rights which are our obligations. So we have obligations towards animals, but the animals have no obligations towards us. We have obligations towards natural resources, water, and so on. Not because this is the core problem in the animal rights discourse, environmental rights discourse, and so on. Not because that they have intrinsic value similar to the humans. This is outside the core discussion. They have the rights because they are God's creatures. And God's creatures should be respected. And should be respected in the way that God told us that they should be respected. So, for instance, there is a respect for the animal rights, yes. But this doesn't mean that they can be slaughtered and eaten under certain conditions. Some animals can be eaten, other animals cannot be eaten. Some animals can be eaten under certain conditions. These are all details. So how far we go, how far we shouldn't go, etc. This is how it works. So I understand in the secular perspective, we speak about things we agree upon. We are using our rational thinking to do that. In a religious tradition like Islam, you have to do rational thinking. Otherwise, because there are no direct, we will not find a chapter in the Quran about AI. We cannot imagine that this will happen. So we have to use our rational thinking, but rational thinking guided by principles that we cannot change because they are in the scripture and has been discussed throughout centuries. So
now for the AI. The AI, with any stretch of imagination, cannot get the status of a mukallaf, a religiously and morally responsible being that will be held accountable in front of God in the hereafter and will end up into paradise or hellfire. This position is not even for animals, biological beings who has life, and they have what scholars call dignity. We have human dignity and non-human dignity. There is hurmatul hayawan, because the animal has a soul. So you cannot kill the animal for reasons that are not permitted by God. So even these animals are not mukallaf. Not to mention an AI, for instance. So they cannot get that. But does this mean that the religious and moral responsibility of humans will remain the same and unchanged? The answer is also no. It will not remain the same. For instance, our scope of responsibility will expand. We have now created new entities and made the machines process data, which we sometimes call thinking. If you are now doing a prompt for Gemini, it tells you thinking. Yeah. This is what it says. We can always argue with engineers if this is the right term. But anyhow, data processing, or we call thinking, and they can be part of the decision making to a certain extent autonomous and so on. We have now a new responsibility to have control about these machines. We didn't have this responsibility before. If we have a physician and patient, and we have AI in between, the relationship cannot be the same anymore because there is a new entity in between and the rights and obligations will be different. But rights and obligations, the obligations will always remain human. And we cannot say AI is wrong and we are going to punish the AI. And I don't think this is something exclusively Islamic or religious. This is something human. We all agree about that. We cannot punish. We're speaking about legal entities or legal persons, Google. If we fire every single worker at Google and then we punish Google, who are we punishing? The humans in Google. If Google does not have human employees, it doesn't mean anything. If Microsoft does not have humans, especially the influential humans, it will not mean anything. At the end, when it comes to obligations, humans. Rights, yes, it can go to others than other than the humans. So things need refixing. Also, the relational approach that you mentioned is very important. How we as humans relate to other creatures is very important to determine how we relate to God. Because out of our respect to the Creator is that we respect the creatures. So, and people attachment to non-human creatures is very well established in human history. How many people had very intimate relationship and amazing friendship with animals, even with inanimate objects. Some people, they have a specific place in the mosque and they cannot see their life without going to this place, sitting there, doing their worship there, etc. So we can have this a good relationship with the objects, with computers, with AI tools. Yes, of course. And would this affect the system or the mutual sets of rights and obligations? That's all. But to get into, and this is what I'm afraid of, slipping into the idea that at the end we will care about AI or animals or non-human creatures at the expense of the humans, yeah, that's the problem. I would say that's the problem. We will employ AI tools and we say there is no unemployment because we have robot rights versus human rights. We care about protecting animals in the North Pole and South Pole while people are being slaughtered in front of our eyes live day and night, and we think yes, because these are all rights, animal rights and human rights. This is quite risky because we have obligations, they don't have obligations. AI will not take a legal action against us. We cannot take legal actions against AI because they didn't serve us well. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, Chad, for your patience. Thank you.
Short in time, we'll have a couple of questions.
Can I just very quickly respond to the... So, first of all, the second part of your comments, very interesting to see, and how there's a difference, like we don't give the moral, on that basis we cannot give the moral agency and responsibility, but we can maybe give the moral patiency, maybe
yes,
yes,
right?
The so very agency and patience. The first part of your comment, I actually have an article together with Jana Parviainen on Sophia the robot, where we do a full analysis and say that this is a political performance with certain economic aims to attract investment, and it has nothing to do with giving the moral status. So it's like a political critical approach.
Okay.
So maybe I can send, or we can talk about it. But thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Farouk here, former student of HBKU. Pleasure to be back. Thank you, Dr. Mark, and also Prof. Ghali, for your intervention. My question is, of course, for Prof. Mark. I appreciate that you sort of approach this through the lens of power. It allows us to look at it from multiple vantage points. But your presentation also alludes to the fact that both corporate and also state power potentially, or even hold tendencies to be hegemonic, in the sense that there are instances where it also marginalizes local knowledge systems or alternative knowledge systems that sort of is equally important for us to sort of serve as check and balances for the development of AI. So my question to you is, what kind of ecosystem do you envision that can somewhat ensure that this power is fairly distributed or inhibited if necessary? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We definitely need to redistribute power. Now, in the development of AI is really in the hand of too few people. How to do that, I think, in practice will depend on the political culture of the country. In a liberal democracy, for example, we can try to redistribute the power in that way. It doesn't work and didn't work very well so far, so we need to do it in more clever ways, because the sort of 19th century institutions don't manage really to regain the power and give more power to people. In other systems, I think it depends on the tradition, but even in a non-democratic system, one can try to be more inclusive, to have citizens participate in discussions about the future of the technology. And so I think there are many ways to do that. That needs to be sensitive, of course, to the particular political context. So there is no recipe that's the same for everyone, but the outcome should be, I think, that there is a power redistribution, so that that it's no longer the case that there are just these few people, few companies making all the choices that in the end affect all of us. So yeah, I'm therefore a pragmatic approach where you look at the political context, but where it should be clear that the goal is to redistribute the power. Yeah.
Okay. Right there. Have another question? Can we make it brief though, please?
A very interesting fatwa was in Iran, comes to my mind, that is very relevant to our context. I mean, and some clergies, faqihs you call them, maraj ta'lid, so they ordered that listening to an AI produced voice singing, women AI produced singing, is haram.
just like listening to women singing is haram, because it's qina and so on. And it was very interesting for me that these clergies, these families, don't make distinction between AI-produced singing and human-produced singing. And it reminds me that it's exactly what we are talking in relationalism, that let's go back to our lived experiences. Let's forget about that. This is data processing or thinking. Let's forget about it. Let's back to your lived experience. How you live this. You live this as a singing, as a woman. So it's haram. I think also this is an intuition, a shared intuition that you can find even in this religious context. So it was very interesting for me to know your idea about these kind of fatwas.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, maybe it's also something that you might want to comment on. So what I find interesting about that case is that that in a way it shows that they take seriously that there is this new phenomenon, right? If they would say like, oh, it's just a thing, it's just technology, then they wouldn't make this kind of claims that it's haram and so on. So I think it shows that there is a serious willingness on the part of also religious people to think in new ways about this technology, to respond in a contemporary way, in a way to these technologies. And so I think it's interesting. Voice is also philosophically very interesting because it's traditionally seen in the West, in Greek philosophy, as something that has to do with body, with soul, with anima. So it's interesting then, of course, what to do with this synthetic voice, right? And how to. So it's a very interesting topic. One of my PhD students works on this. So yeah, thanks for your comment. I think it's interesting response that these clergy give to us.
1 minute? Do I have 1
Sure.
minute? Okay, thank you. First of all, I don't know what fatwa, what mufti, what context, what kind of reasoning is used, how influential, I have no idea. But based on earlier experience with dealing with fatwas, your projection is that he's prohibiting female singing, whether it's human or AI, which presupposes that they are the same category. This is not necessarily the case at all, because what these jurists care about is the impact. Singing has specific impact on people. This impact is prohibited because it would put your spiritual state out of condition or whatever. It doesn't matter, coming from a recorded voice, from a live voice, from a human. So I would be very cautious about jumping to the conclusion that this means that this. And finally, singing is a debatable issue. And fatwa that it's prohibited by female only, and this stuff is quite problematic, to say the least. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comments. Unfortunately, as I said, we're short in time, so we can't have more questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Mark and Dr. Ghali, for this fruitful discussion. Thank you so much. We will now have a prayer and lunch break, and we will come back in an hour, inshallah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome again. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Now, with the fourth and final session, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome our final speaker, Dr. Mundir Dahle. Dr. Dahle is the William A. College professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and was the founding director of MIT's Institute of Data, Systems, and Society, IDSS. He is the author of the forthcoming book, Data, Systems, and Society, Harnessing AI for Societal Good. An internationally recognized scholar, he is known for his pioneering contributions to robust control theory, networked systems, and the study of systematic risk in interconnected technology. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dahle.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thanks all for staying for the presentation. I will make it brief and take questions. I don't think, but I do want to say that we spent 2 days of a fantastic conference. I think it was amazing and really interesting, a lot of great ideas. And for some, for someone like me, I think it was exactly timely. So let me just give you a little bit about the perspective of the book. And so in 2013, MIT began to predict what's going to happen in the future with respect to artificial intelligence and data science. And we sort of felt that we were not prepared, for this kind of revolution, despite the fact that at MIT, it's where a lot of the technology is being developed. We do have departments and groups and so forth that are not in the data science and the AI group, revolution, so to speak. And though we thought that we need to understand, are we prepared for this technology coming in every domain? And this is really the critical aspect of AI, is that it's coming into every domain. It's changing domains, not just changing the technology. And so we began to deliberate in 2013 on what we should do. And we decided to create this institute, which is a cross-disciplinary institute that basically connects with all departments and all schools within MIT. I was asked to be the founding director, and I have to say that had a sort of an amazing impact on me, because I, as a technologist and a computer scientist and an engineer, I thought of the world in a particular way. Now, granted, I have collaborated with economists and some political scientists and so forth, but it was always from the perspective of computational aspect, right? This is the sort of the place where we add value. Starting to create this institute, I started thinking about people, and that's a whole different world. People are different than machines, and engineers, we don't think about people. Even when we talk about the humans in the loop, we're not talking about people. We're talking about a person, one person. But people and society is a different thing. It's a lot of people, and it's a different kind of consideration. So not only I had the charge to work and put the whole place together, which is not what I'm going to talk about, but I also had to kind of combine the vision that our faculty have into this particular institute through its PhD programs, through its research and what have you. I don't know how to switch this thing. Oh, there, I got it. Thank you. Sorry about that. So I'm going to skip some things and just say that, from yesterday, I think we sort of heard quite a bit about AI, and I think that there was an undercurrent that AI is important and it's going to make a huge difference. And these are examples of healthcare and energy, transportation, even finance. But I think more the promise of AI in knowledge discovery that's going to be the most promising aspect of AI. How do we discover new solutions to disease? How do we discover new ways in which our society can live better? But we always go with the human versus machine battle. This is a battle that has been ongoing for many, many years in the past. I like to give an example of playing chess or playing games as an example of the human versus machines. We play games, we play chess because it's hard. It's a hard problem to play. It's a hard thing to do. Every move has so many different choices, and as a consequence to every move, so many choices of the opponent. And in order to actually do this right, you sort of have to keep in your mind all these possibilities. If I take this move, what would happen? If I take this move, what will happen? And then after that move has happened, what would I do? It's like many steps, what we call in computer science exponential growth, okay? But so it's hard for us, and we don't think of chess that way. We don't play chess that way. We don't sit there and try every move and see how that, we play strategies, you know? We play kind of a vision. We have a vision of the board, and we play a vision of the board. So until 1995, when Deep Blue, an IBM program, beat the top chess player, we were thinking we are ahead of the machine in this particular game, where the machine is actually designed to be better than us in this machine, running these options and so forth. That's better for the machine than us. So when the machine actually succeeded in beating the best player, I think this is the time, I remember in 1995, when we said, okay, it's over, machines are taking over. And so machines have taken over in my history, in my growth period, many, many times, and now we're still again talking about machines taking over with ChatGPT. But instead of sitting in there and feeling sorry about the world going bust, many people have actually started thinking, how do we use this technology as a way to help us? And this is where teleoperation and assistive surgery has come up, which is an incredible way in which you can actually do high precision surgery with the help of a doctor. And so we started thinking these machines can actually serve us. But then as soon as we had these machines serving us, we started asking the question, well, why did you hire me? Why won't you hire the machine? And we get this sort of question again. And it's just, you don't, and of course there's always the ultimate dystopia of the Matrix, where the machines take over and we are batteries. This debate is always there, and our challenge in 2013 was to try to think about, well, we're not responding to fear, we want to be ahead. We want to be able to understand what needs to be developed and what needs to be integrated, and how do we think about what we integrate in our curriculum, in our thinking, and what have you. Okay, so what is the story of the book? And so what is the story of the book? And this is a little bit of a history. This group doesn't need it because you all know a lot of stuff. But I usually tell people how this field have evolved from 1950s with Turing and the concept of an imitation game all the way to what we have of generative AI. I tell people that I have seen many revolutions. And I have seen many wow moments that we thought we're never going to see something like this before. One of these was the internet. The access to the internet was just tremendous, what it allowed in terms of change in the way we did research, in the way we interacted with computing and so forth. And then, of course, the mobile computation, and now generative AI. So, and I'll let you ask me questions. Let me just make a couple of comments. During the pandemic, would have been about 7 years that I've been working on this. I collaborated now with sociologists, anthropologists, political scientists. We framed the Institute and the value proposition of the Institute. And then the pandemic comes, and I have time on my hand, and thinking, I don't know what we would come out on the other end of the pandemic. I started thinking maybe I ought to document what we did. Which is interesting because I always think that as scholars, as researchers, we always document what we do. We write papers, And sometimes even we don't like the paper, but we write it because it's work that we've done and we just want to put it in print. But when we work into creating institutions, we don't spend the time writing what we've done. And I think I started thinking that's a loss for us and loss for others, because we probably didn't do everything optimally, and we probably didn't do everything right, and somehow the experiences matter, and I think it would be interesting to sort of document. So I started writing the book. And the anecdote I use about this is that I've never written a book like this. This is a book that had no equations, no mathematics, and it talks through stories. I've never written a book like this. And so when I started writing it, I found myself to be extremely boring. Boring myself with my own stories as a starting point, that's not a very good way to explain to somebody else. And so I asked for help when a science writer, who is a friend of mine, kind of a colleague of mine, and I explained the predicament I was in. I mean, it's like I have stuff that I want to express. I can tell you what they are. I'm unable to do it in a way that I think is interesting, you know? And I think this is another growth period for me that went from working with people from across the fields and so forth. And how do you explain and communicate complicated things that you do in the lab, or you do it in your at home or in research, into the general public that is super interested but doesn't know the language that you use, you know? It was a long story, I won't bore you with it. He was extremely helpful to me. I learned quite a bit about myself in the process, and one of the things I learned is that I have two personalities. One that is lecturing, and the other one is writing. And when I'm lecturing, you know, I tell stories, and I'm just like I talk like a normal human being. When I'm writing, I turn into a machine that is trying to write the shortest possible paragraphs. You know, it's a mathematical training that I have, where the shortest proofs are the most interesting proofs, right? And so when I write, I start writing that way. And so he would ask me to write. We would discuss a topic, and he'd ask me to write it, and then he'd send me feedback. And he's a very nice man, and would always say, "Let's get on Zoom." Because during the pandemic, he doesn't want to send me the feedback. And I know when he says, "Let's get onto Zoom," that the feedback is not good, you know. But then, you know, then I'll explain to him, and then he would say, "But why don't you write it the same way you explained it?" You know, and so it was a growth period for me to write how I explained. I don't think I was exactly successful, but I tried. So I explained a lot of the issues that we deal with in AI that were discussed in terms of what I think, questions of bias, and questions of discrimination, questions of ethical standards that we have to uphold ourselves in the employment of AI and designing systems that way. And then connected that to the technical aspect of the field and the responsibility of the people who are designing those areas, in a way that was not compartmentalized into a topic. Today is about ethics, tomorrow's, you know, it's not divided that way, but rather is divided in different angles, where I think you'll find the point of view, at least, coming from someone who is a technical person. And if you're not a very technical person, you'll find this point of view actually probably different than what you would study in the regular social sciences. Anyway, so short book, I recommend you read parts of it. Towards the end, I write about the actual creation of the institutions. The first 6 chapters are really about what we were thinking and how our thinking evolved and how we created the value proposition for the institute. The last 2.5 chapters are talking about the actual implementation. You can skip those if that's not something you're building, or that's not something that you think you're doing within your university. So I'll stop. Maybe Thibaut can make some comments. I think, is that the process?
Scholarly commentary first.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Thibaut, and then
Fantastic.
we'll resume with the Q&A.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So thank you so much, Dr. Dahle. As I said, we will be having some commentary from Dr. Thibaut Ogel. I hope I'm spelling it right. Research scientist at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, to share his reflections on the book. Do you have microphones on the side? I think so.
All right, so I'll be very brief because I think it's better if we have time to ask questions to Munzer before he has to leave. So very quickly, just to me, I mean, as Munzer just said, I think there are really just 2 things in this book. One is there is a vision for the need for coming together of many different perspectives in order to make sense of how to think about the impact of AI on society. And then the second part of the book is about how this vision was implemented in the institute IDSS that Munzer created. And so when people ask me about Munzer, one thing I often say is that, of course, he's a great researcher, a brilliant researcher, and all of that, but that's not very original. One thing about him that I always find fascinating is how good he is at thinking about people and institutions and what makes institutions successful. And so that's why I was very excited when I learned that he was going to write this book, because I think he has a lot of institutional wisdom, and all of that was, came in the creation of IDSS. And so in particular, the part of the book that resonated with me the most is more towards the end, when he describes the challenges that were involved in the creation of IDSS, and then a retrospection on what was successful in it, and a description of, and so very concretely, there's a chapter that I think is very interesting about like very concrete description of projects that students are actually conducting at IDSS. And so you see how this coming together of different perspectives, this transdiscipline, actually makes sense. Like so examples of student working on trying to understand the impact of environmental policies in Beijing, or things like understanding clickbait ads and distrust online. Another example that's not in the book, but it's my own experience at IDSS. I'm currently working with a student on trying to understand the impact of firms using AI recommendation platforms for business decisions, and how that creates issues of antitrust violation, with the idea that if many firms use the same recommendations, then it creates a coordination of their actions that can often be in violation of antitrust. So, so the point being, we actually see that this vision is more than a vision. It actually works at a place like IDSS, in the sense that the people are able to really embody this transdisciplinary approach to thinking about AI. And I think that's a fascinating thing to experience, and I'm very lucky to just be part of that environment. So yeah, maybe I'll just leave it at that, and we can move to the discussion. Thanks.
If you can join Dr. Dahlek. Now the floor is open for Q&A. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the talk and also writing the book, and also the contributions I had through the last few days, which have been very enlightening. I'm curious what you think about this idea that, yes, we can deploy all these things for social good, societal benefit, but the current discourse now is dominated by the alternative, which is almost like deploying technologies that have, I mean, a lot of scholars, a lot of technical people have put a lot of effort in developing these technologies, but it appears that the discourse is dominated by them being used in the opposite direction for societal ill. So how exactly do you see this, and how do we navigate it, and how do we almost, I don't know whether the word is fight back against this dominant narrative that essentially these technologies are coming to take over, are coming to do a lot of harm to the society. Yet there's, I think, this very powerful counter narrative that seems to be ignored now.
Yeah. That's a great question, and that was obviously the topic of the last couple of days of conversations and how we think about the embedding of AI into positive outcomes. What I think, I don't like it. I mean, it's very simple. I don't think that this is inherent to AI, by the way. And I do think that the profit-making thinking is driving a lot of this stuff. I mean, by the way, pharmaceutical companies have done something exactly the same, turning solutions to people's problems into profit-making institutions and pushing drugs in places that should not be pushed. And we've seen that in a lot of different ways, places where businesses have operated in ways that, profit-making, efficiency, that kind of stuff, and not necessarily for societal good. Now, we discussed a lot about the dual use of AI and the positive versus the negative, and this, I mean, that stands, right? I mean, that's really important. There has to be ways to stop the creation of AI. Well, first of all, agent-based AI, agentic AI, and LLMs for solving societal problem is a product that is not ready. This is not something that should be deployed. So whatever push that's happening to deploy that product, I think is fraud. It's not right. Use of robotics and drones and other things in ways that are disruptive and killing people and so forth, that's a dual use. They are also used for good purposes and transportation and help and going to places where there are people with flood effects, and so there's a terrible dual use. And I think we have to kind of monitor, as a world institution, monitor that kind of behavior and stop it. I don't know if you have anything to add to this.
Not much really.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I have a general question. You are a specialist in the domain of technology, of information, and computer, science, computer, etc. So as a specialist, maybe I will trust your answer because you are in front of me, and I guess that you are looking, while writing this book, you are linking machine with people, with humanities. Behind the curtain, do you think that people who take such decision in developing these computer sciences are looking for the perfection of human being, or they are leading humanities to a kind of slavery?
You mean, like, what is their intention?
It is a conscious, is it conscious or unconsciously? They are working for some purpose that it is hidden behind the curtain that we don't know. It is known by a group of people who are making strategies and leading this humanity to a kind of a new slavery.
Yeah. I mean, it does kind of look like this, and I mean, I'll be lying to say that I am there behind the curtain knowing what that answer is. I don't know. I don't know the answer. It does look like it that way. I don't think that effort is coordinated among them. I think it's emerging, but it's not coordinated. And I think that it's a bunch of megalomaniacs who are pushing for, to going back, okay, are they trying to destroy the world? I don't think that they're thinking that way. I don't think they're thinking that they are going to control the world, possibly, not destroy the world, but control the world, which is every megalomaniac business person has actually gone down that path, in whatever way they do. Now, they are doing it using technology, but they would have done it using something else in the past, and to try to control the masses. That is an old chapter from an old book. So I feel like, why would I say something like this? I mean, is the GPT or the Geminis of the world a good research program? I think as a research program it is. It was an existence proof that something like this can be done, creating a language without principles, without embedding the structure of the language in the learning algorithm. That's a very interesting question. Could have been done at a smaller scale, but to prove that there's something like this can be done. But does it make sense now to support Sam Altman's request for $6 trillion to go to the next level AGI or whatever? I think not. And the reason I think it's not because I don't think there's interesting research in that, there is. But the opportunity cost is huge. $6 trillion, if you put $2 trillion in Alzheimer, you may cure it, or in some other. So there's an opportunity cost. So why are we allowing the tech companies to use all this huge capital in doing something that is not clear? It's just a research problem, right? And I am supportive of research, like I am supportive of going to Mars. You spend the money to go to Mars. I don't know what the heck we're going to do in Mars, but it is important to go to Mars because that's part of the discourse of humans, is to continue to discover. But there are trade-offs and sort of resource allocation questions that are moral and important, and there are things that we need to take care of. So that's kind of, I think that they're not thinking about these types of questions.
Thank you for sharing the book and your thoughts. I would like to pick on your institutional hat, or on the institutional dimension of the book. So this, if I understand correctly, this is a new department or institute or entity that didn't exist before, and that the idea is to anticipate, to do a kind of a foresight research exercise. So what is the vision that the institute has, or department?
Yeah.
For when have you projected the vision, if there is any timeline? But most importantly, I would like to know how you are going to attain, what's your plan, your roadmap to get it into that vision, perhaps? And if you have already more or less identified some milestones that you would like to explore, achieve within your researches, and which type of lens are you taking? I understand it's a multidisciplinary institution. So that's it. Thank you very much.
That's a great question, and the best answer is to read the last few chapters of the book. I think that has at least all I know about it. But I will quickly answer and say the vision was this creation of what we call the transdisciplinary student, the trilingual student. The idea is that data science and this type of thinking is here to stay at a massive scale. And the proper education in data science broadly, call it AI and so forth, is going to be instrumental in every field. So people making progress in whatever engineering or anthropology, they are going to use, you cannot ignore this massive amount of data anymore. And you cannot be saying, I'm a social scientist, but I only rely on surveys. You can conduct surveys, but you also have this amazing amount of data out there. And yes, it's not collected in the perfect conditions, but you cannot ignore it. And so the vision is that interdisciplinary means, Thibaut here is an expert in data and optimization. Dr. Ghali is an expert in Islamic studies. Bring them together and let's do something together. That's interdisciplinary. Transdisciplinary is that Dr. Ghali's students are both experts in Islamic studies and are data scientists, and they know how to do the two together. This is the vision of the Institute. So what we are trying to do is in every department, in every school, to say, what is the minimum amount of knowledge that allow you to be deep enough? Because if you are making inferences that are not causal, you should understand what that means. You should understand exactly what that means. You should understand whether your data carries information like this. You should then understand what intervention really means, what experimentation really means, right? So basic statistics, but then also you're kind of doing some real-time learning or reinforcement learning. So you can't escape that world, even if you are in many, many different fields. I mean, maybe as an artist you can escape it, but even artists can benefit from understanding this. So that's the vision, really, the creation of this trilingual student, and that's what we created through the programs that we have. And then the rest of it was embedding it in the research and embedding it in the education and seeing the fruitfulness of all of this. And then we talk a lot about the milestones and all of that. There's a lot of stuff in the book that covers the questions that you asked. I don't know what to say. She has the mic, so she has the power.
Yeah, my name is Zaina Nazir from Cities Forum, London, UK. So just following up on your previous answer regarding where the money should be spent, you're saying definitely better to spend it on like Alzheimer or cancer or something that you see value in. Having said that, I thought maybe you could give us your views as an expert about the money being spent on autonomous vehicles. Do you see the world? Do you see we're ready for fully autonomous vehicles? That's the first question. If this is money worth spending on to make it autonomous vehicles, how is it in general? How does it affect or help the world to switch to autonomous vehicles? The second question, maybe region-wide. I mean, you're based in Boston, in MIT, so I know that in Phoenix and California and many states, they already have fully autonomous vehicles. But I'm not sure. I worked on the big deal. That was a long, long time ago in Boston, but I don't know how is the situation of autonomous vehicles in Boston. But it would be nice to get your views about comparing maybe a little bit America, the Middle East, if you see value, given that human labor is not so expensive to get rid of, a driver and have a fully autonomous vehicle. And my last question, I mean, feel free to expand. Do you see that there is a requirement for autonomous vehicles to make cities smart, that you need to have autonomous vehicles to call it smart cities? Please feel free to expand.
Okay. Well, okay. It's a great question. I am a strong believer of autonomous vehicles, and I've worked on autonomous vehicles for many, many years, and one of my students was the creator of the first company that rolled out autonomy in Boston. And so I do believe in it for many reasons. And I don't believe that it will displace drivers. It will displace drivers, but I don't believe that that's really a big problem in displacing jobs. The biggest problem of driving are the casualties and the deaths. That's the biggest problem on the human level. Human drivers are bad, and they drive under duress conditions, and they don't assess themselves. And of course, we have drinking problems and other problems in the West and in the East, for that matter. And so it's hard to regulate. And an autonomous system is guaranteed to save lives. That's number one. Okay. Number two, of course, we can automate and manage congestion in a way that is going to be saving so much time. I think it just comes and goes, sure. We're going to save time and save pollution because of idling, huge amounts of energy savings and time savings. Okay, and all of that stuff I think is doable and manageable. It does need an infrastructure, and so infrastructure is important. It has to be built, and I think I don't know, the future cities will be equipped with sensors and so forth to do that. But it's not a bad thing. Autonomous vehicles are actually really the way to go, and this is the kind of stuff that we can save people's lives and save time and allow people to do with their time something else. You can be riding in your car and you can be talking to your family or doing your work or whatever and saving a lot of time. So I am a big believer.
Thank you. Dr. Ali?
So okay,
I'll take one last question.
Okay. I have two-part question. When you speak about data and society, why not societies? Because I can imagine there are differences. And this leads to the following one. Do you have, if we care about society and human-centered principle and so on, do you believe that there are instances where people's values and respecting these values will be enough to say we don't need this technology? It doesn't matter how advanced it is, because usually what we say, if something goes wrong, it goes wrong because it is not technologically robust enough so far. So we need to improve the data bias, the scaling of the data, the algorithm. It's always a technological issue. Do you believe that there are issues that people can say in society, these parts, please don't use them? Dr. Ada in her presentation gave an example. The Hollywood scriptwriters, they insisted that no AI should be used and writing related things that humans should. What do you think of this example? Can there be other examples that we can use?
Well, first on the naming, it's the kind of undefined society, nakira. So it's not defined, and so it actually means societies. Really, it doesn't identify one particular society. For the second example, do I believe something like this can happen? I mean, I would find it really difficult to imagine the world that is not using data and AI in the current day and time. Do I believe it can happen in a very small community somewhere in a society? Yes, of course. I mean, we have in the US the Amishes that live sort of the 1800 lifestyle and so forth, but it would be very isolated and not integrated with the rest of the society and the rest of the societies, you know, in the world, because we're becoming more of a global world. I just find it hard to believe that you would just say no to everything, you know?
No, I mean one application that we can say for this particular application, no. Like the Hollywood writers, they say for script writing, no.
Okay, yeah, I can see that obviously. I mean, you know, I can see that. I hope that, right, I can see that, and it's an interesting example. I hope that this comes from more knowledge, not less knowledge. And it comes from a place where we understand all of the things around this particular technology and how it can be manipulated by us to serve us, then we are afraid and we run away. And one of the things that I want to say in general is that the way we deal with societal kind of challenges with AI is allowing the young people and the creative people to be part of the design problem. You know, so to be able to change what you don't like, you got to take control of that particular design problem. And that means that more people are learning this technology, able to use it, able to subjugate it to their understanding, whatever that societal understanding. And then in that case, I would be okay with what we reject. You know, I think it's natural. People should be able to choose what they want. And things should not be imposed on people against their will. That's for sure is an important principle. But being educated and part of the game, you know, and not retreat and say, I'm not doing this, but I'm also going to live like a hermit somewhere in the mountain because that's the best way for me. Unless you choose to do that, don't do that. Yeah, thank you.
One last question from myself.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
How do you want to replicate the concept of IDSS in the Arab world? What do you think we should adopt in terms of ideologies and action and so on? And what do you think we should localize?
It's a great question, and we're doing something like this in Morocco right now, and we're building kind of a twin to IDSS in the UM6B University, and it is changing in the realization of it. It's a little bit more targeted to the needs of the society there and what they think is important about data and systems and so forth. I think it is doable. Again, everything about these academic institutions about education. It's about what we are producing at the other end in terms of the student. That's how I think about it. What kind of a student do we want to have coming out? Because at the end, not one person is designing these systems, not one person is evaluating these systems. It's the collection of all the students and the skill, and we are educating the students. And so how do I think about it here in Qatar? The same thing. What kind of a student are we trying to produce? What is the most immediate issue? Design the system around that.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much for
Thank you, Dr.
attention.
Dahle and Dr. Thibault, for this insightful exchange. Before you leave, please allow us to have a group photo.
Thank you.